All right, joining us today is going to be Matt Little, who's running in Minnesota's 2nd District over at Drop Site News. We're going to have an article later today. Hopefully it'll be up by the time this interview goes live on YouTube, Spotify, and wherever else you're watching it, about the surge of Super PAC money that has come in over the last couple of months. The Group 314 action, which, as people know, ostensibly supports doctors and scientists, but has been known in the past to be a kind of front pack for AIPAC. They've jumped in the race on behalf of his opponent, Matt Klein, spending more than $1 million. And then 3 other super PACs called EDW Action, Pro-Choice Majority, and Women Vote, which is linked to Emily's list. All of those organizations have also gotten kind of AIPAC and DMFI money and sometimes move it into particular races, but not all races. It gets very confusing. They're supporting a third opponent of Matt Little's in the race. We'll have the details in the article. He's running to replace Angie Craig, who is running for Senate against Peggy Flanagan. That election is on Tuesday. So Matt Little, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And you are not wrong. It is deeply complicated, even for people that follow this stuff closely. And I don't know if you were able to see, but even yesterday there was another $1.2 million ad buy by 314. So now Matt Klein's over $2 million in the last week in terms of ad buys.
That is very interesting. That is unusual amount of money for this PAC. This PAC 314, they spent against Chris Rabb in Philadelphia well over $1 million. But typically, they either don't spend anything at all, like they endorsed Abdul al-Sayed,
right?
Who is himself obviously a doctor, but then they didn't spend, as far as I know, like a penny to support him.
Yeah, all we could find is the sent a PAC contribution, but they did no outside spending, which again is odd. This is one of the, if not the highest profile primary in the country, and spend $0. And now here we are in kind of a sleepy suburban Minnesota congressional race where we've flown under the radar this entire time. The only time we've gotten any media attention is in the last week and a half. And so it is a weird juxtaposition, and which kind of makes it more obvious as to what's happening.
And now, Matt, weirdly, Michael Bloomberg, real quickly, Michael Bloomberg made a $2.5 million donation to this 314 action. Meanwhile, his group, Every Town for Gun Safety, is endorsing a different opponent, Kayla Berg. So if it is Bloomberg money, and Bloomberg is competing against himself with 2 separate candidates in the same race, and meanwhile you have David Hogg's support with Leaders We Deserve. So there's gun safety money behind every candidate, possibly.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously with the level of money he has, I think it's probably unavoidable that he ends up conflicting with himself when he gets this many organizations. Probably unstoppable. But I don't think this money that's coming into the race is Bloomberg money. I don't think he's spending every dollar he's given to that organization on Matt Klein.
That would be very weird if he was.
Let's also bring in this brand new New York Times report from Shane Goldmacher, in which Third Way announces a new $15 million campaign to, quote, discredit democratic socialism between now and 2028. This is a full court press against democratic socialism with money and messaging that has been shaped and influenced by money. And so, Matt, you mentioned the last week and a half. Obviously, what happened in Michigan has centrists really nervous. And on the other hand, it has some people thinking, well, what can we, Abdul al-Sayed is the nominee now. So what can we do? What can we learn? Those are few and far between, obviously, the panickers. But I'm curious for you on the ground, just talking to voters, like money aside, although I'm curious about that too. But just talking to voters, are you hearing the same panic about, oh my gosh, democratic socialism, we're becoming the Soviet Union in 3 months?
I don't think there's panic, and to be clear, I'm a DFLer through and through. I've been a DFLer since I was 14. I don't think there's widespread panic whatsoever. I think that that's a talking point to like create a rift within the party. There's certainly people that have their lanes, right, where they have this policy and they prefer incrementalism versus jumping to and fighting for the big thing. And that's understandable. But I think in our race specifically, we've been able to put together both parts of the party, because we have this DFL endorsement process that's really different than the rest of the country. And so when we were walking through that process, we had more folks that were in caucuses for Matt Little and Andrew Craig, and more people in caucuses that were for Matt Little and Flanagan than the other two campaigns combined. And I think that's because it's not just what issues you're running on, it's definitely how you're saying it and why you're fighting for it. It's the authenticity stream. And I think for better or worse, I must admit I'm kind of a one-trick pony. I'm pretty brash, and I talk about my politics being very personal, and I fight, and sometimes I fight when it's not necessary, but I fight. And so that's my style. And I can't change that. I won't change that. And so but I think in this moment that has appealed to people, and in a way it might not have 6 years. So,
Matt, this also reminds me of this is a New York Post story. Matt can put this up on the screen. You said the word authenticity, and we're learning now that Gavin Newsom's PAC is trying to help elect Democrats and, quote, spread the gospel of Newsom by training supporters to implant his talking points into family text chats, alumni Facebook groups, and other places where politics isn't typically discussed. But you know what this reminds me of, actually, though, is that right now, it's hilarious, but right now people are struggling to not have these scripted influencers. Like Tom Steyer got hit with that, and so he's scrambling to find a new way. And it sounds like on the ground, probably the best way to deal with this is just the good old-fashioned art of talking to people, like talking to human beings.
It's not rocket science. That's what I've said, because I've been in politics a long time. A ton of people come to me when they're running their first race, and they say, well, what should I do? Should I do this and this and this? And I was like, you have to uncomplicate this. A campaign is about talking to people. That's it. There's various forms and avenues and ways to do that, but that is all it is. And so it does feel a little weird to talk about it. It's like telling someone you're humble, to talk about authenticity in yourself. So I feel a little uncomfortable doing that, but I've said this entire campaign, just speak from your heart and let it rip, and tell people why. Talk about why you actually believe that, relate it to your own life, because I just think people want to know why you're fighting so hard. And so if you go on there and you do the I support better healthcare and better education, and there's no weight to it, there's no gravitas, there's no emotion to it. It just falls so flat. And I really think that's been the Democrats' problem for the last 3 cycles. We kind of have these vague policy platforms. Trump is bad, but we're not actually saying why we're fighting for a specific thing. And I think that's I guess to me, I think that's why we've been so successful.
And the poll, there were 2 polls released, one by Matt Klein and one by yourself back in May. Both had you up by a pretty substantial amount, but that's before the millions of dollars has flooded in. What have the ads been like, and how are you feeling it on the ground? Are people asking you about what they're seeing, or do you think it's been enough to make this a pretty close race?
Interesting. I keep joking, we're about to find out. We're so close that my prediction is probably has less value than Tuesday.
Right, yeah.
But the initial question we got I would say about 3 weeks ago, when this all really started popping off, is people are like, I'm seeing all those ads. Where are they getting the money? And they're like, where are your ads? And I was like, well, we have not sold out. And so we have mail, we have a huge ground game, and now we're just up on, we have some outside spin too, just in the last week, if I'm timing that right.
From American Priorities, right?
And the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and then we had a little bit, we had a little bit from nurses too, and then Medicare for All has a buy too. But the biggest question from folks was when are you going to be on TV? That was the question that we got over and over and over again. And so, I think the impact, it obviously has a huge impact on name recognition, that level of money. But I think the biggest problem they're having is what I just talked about. It's messaging without emotion. It's depersonalized. It's removed. I think it's generic and not specific to this race or the specific candidate. So in terms of its persuasive value, I am doubtful. But our numbers on the ground continue to remain good, and just Minnesota's small enough that it's really hard to buy votes.
The way that it's unfolding in the last couple of weeks is really fascinating for kind of people who are kind of campaign wonks, because you have this 3-person race and you don't have ranked choice voting, it becomes this zero-sum competition. And so you've had maybe over 1 million plus come in and support the third-place candidate, who is Berg, who is also fairly progressive, has also been critical of Israel, not quite to the same degree. But when you're watching the spending, you're like, well, I assume people who have $1 million don't want to just waste $1 million for no reason. Why are they burning it on a third-place candidate who, it doesn't seem to be any reason to think that she's actually going to win, unless you think, oh, this is a zero-sum competition. If you can pull votes away from the other person in the progressive lane, then you're actually not spending it to support that person. You're spending it to support the person who, Matt Klein, who's the pro-Israel candidate. And then you very quickly get to a place where this is not democracy. Whatever this is, it's not people just coming to the polls and casting their preferences and sending a representative to Washington. How has the media been covering this bizarre kind of influx of money?
Yeah, thanks. And I think the thing that's lost in the fact that we're only getting attention in this race the last few weeks is that when Representative Berg launched her campaign, and for 8 months of her campaign, she was campaigning as a centrist. She opened with public option. Her and Matt Klein agreed on public option in a couple debates. She said nothing at all about Gaza whatsoever until 2 days before we had a screening for a pretty powerful political group here that's a multi-faith coalition. She said nothing whatsoever. And she's also pro-data centers. She voted for hundreds of millions of dollars in tax breaks for data centers here in Minnesota to attract them to come here. And it's a sales tax break of 35 years. So the only time she's become progressive is in the last month and a half, which is for a reason, right? She is now in the race to steal votes from me. And the next part here is where you start to sound crazy, and I think that's by design, because we win the DFL endorsement on May 9th. On May 13th, DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, gives $500,000 to Women Vote just 4 days after that. DMFI has endorsed Klein. Okay, and then it gets even weirder. On May 20th, UDP, Apex PAC, gives $400,000 to elect Democratic women, and they had given $600,000 already the month before. And then on May 21st, literally the day after, they transfer $600,000 to pro-choice majority, and all 3 of those are spending significant amounts on Representative Berg, and they announced that spending just 20 days after all these transfers. And so it's very clear to me they're running the same strategy they've run before, which is convert someone, the progressive light person, to, literally copying our language. Literally, some of it's verbatim in the stump speeches and on the website. They copied all her stuff, and they're trying to say she's the progressive and I'm the fake progressive, right? So they're stealing votes that way. And then we predicted this. All of a sudden, last 2 weeks, $2 million from that client, their actual.
Right.
So if that makes you sound crazy, so be it. But those are the facts, Yeah.
And all this is in our drop site report, and it's all in the FEC records. Like you can trace the money, but
publicly
it does make you seem a little crazy when you're following the money, and then they move it from DMFI or Apex PAC to EDW Action, and then they move it from there to a sister PAC, pro-choice majority. Then they start spending, and you're like, why why are they moving it from one women's rights PAC to a separate one before they spend it? And the only answer can be to just make it seem that much crazier and harder to follow.
Right. And then, okay, so let's say none of that's clear. Let's say all of that is opaque and we can't really understand that, and we can't really tie that to Berg and et cetera, et cetera. We have called on Representative Berg to say to her PACs publicly, stop taking AIPAC money. I don't want you to take AIPAC money. And if you continue to take AIPAC money, I'm going to reject your endorsement and give the money back. We have called on her to do that, and no response whatsoever. So I just think if you're going to be real about this, and if you're going to stick to your principles and values, actually do that. But don't attack me for coming up with conspiracy theories, which they've done, when they have not at all answered any of the actual facts we've put out there with primary sources. They just want to gloss over it because they know exactly what's happening.
That's amazing to orchestrate this convoluted funding scheme and then use it as a way to then also call you a conspiracy theorist. Like, that's incredible.
I mean, staff sent this to me yesterday, but on one of our tweets, Representative Berg's campaign manager put the Charlie, from
the Charlie Kelly,
like that meme, like that, and it's like they would rather do that and meme it than actually answer the facts, because they know we're right, and they know what they've done. They've compromised themselves and their principles in order to try and win an election. And that's not the type of person we need to go to DC, because if you're going to compromise it during the campaign, my goodness, you're going to compromise it when you get to DC.
And I think the point you made earlier, and in a second I'll play Berg's video that she put out after we reached out to Berg for comment on this, and afterwards she put a video out, which goes to your point. But I think that the point you're making earlier is very important, and that has been the thing that we're asking candidates now. It's like, okay, you're saying, and let's say this organization says that this specific chunk of $500,000 from AIPAC or $1 million from AIPAC, it was spent in a different race. Don't worry, it was not spent in this race. That is still a PAC that is being massively funded and subsidized by AIPAC, which is defending and supporting U.S. support for a genocide in Israel. So it is not too much to ask, well, do you then denounce this PAC's support? And so far, you're right. We're not hearing any of that. Instead, let me play this response from.
I tried to keep this race positive. I really did. But Matt Little has come on here and lied about me, so let's get a few things straight. Number one, I don't take AIPAC money. I never have and I never will. I fully believe what is happening in Gaza is a genocide, and I have called for an end to all weapon sales to Israel. Number two, End Citizens United took a look at this race and decided I was the best candidate to fight to get corporate money and dark money out of politics. And last, I'm proud as a union leader to continue to fight for our hardworking families. That's why I have the support of labor, of End Citizens United, Everytown for Gun Safety, organizations that fight for reproductive freedom, and organizations that work to elect pro-choice women to Congress. Matt Little might have to lie in this race, but I don't. That's why I'm focused on what really matters, fighting for our hardworking families across this district, across Minnesota, and across this country.
And by the way, the line there that she had about opposing all weapons transfers to Israel, I wasn't able to find her previously. Like, that seemed to be an advancement of her previous position. But your response to her claims there.
The advancement of her position is the same thing that's happened this entire race. Is we stake out ground, and then 1.5 to 2 months later, they adopt that ground, and that's another iteration of that happening right now. I think the idea that they've kept it positive is humorous to me. Every time we have brought up a policy vote or facts on the ground, they have called me a liar. You can actually go Google that. They've called me a liar so many times throughout this campaign. So we said she voted for hundreds of $millions in tax breaks for data centers. She called me a liar. We've produced the vote. We've said she voted to allow discrimination by private insurers here in Minnesota for Medigap coverage. She said I was a liar, and we produced the vote. we said we had 58% of the delegates for the endorsement process, and her own campaign manager said, "I have a loose relationship with the truth." That was her quote. And then we went on to win with 63% of the vote. So this is a pattern of what they do on that campaign. Anytime they don't want to face the facts or argue the actual details that we produce, they just call me a liar, which is totally fine. I mean, they have to do that. But again, if she is serious about this, call on your PACs to stop taking APAC money, and if they don't, reject their endorsement and give the money back. Otherwise, you are a benefactor of this APAC money. And this idea that this money is just for this race and this money is just for that race is absurd. You know, when I was the mayor, you send out those annual budget things where you do a percentage of every dollar. Like, what percentage of your dollar goes to X, Y, and Z? So it'd be 30% to the police station, 10% to the firefighters, right? And so that's really how this goes, right? You are benefiting from those dollars, and you don't want to admit it, and you don't want to confront the fact that you have compromised your principles to try and win an election for yourself. And so instead of all that, you call me a liar. And that's fine. They've been doing that for 9 months, and it hasn't landed.
All right, Emily, anything else?
No, that's so interesting.
It's a fascinating race. Yeah,
it's fascinating to be a part of, because you read about it in the abstract, but then it's like, oh, you're in it now. So, but
you read about it in a Ryan Grimm book, and then you live it.
Well, here I am on the podcast. It's wild. And just so I can get this on the record, we have a guy on our staff, Peter Soderbergh. This is his favorite show. Just want to get that on the record.
Hey, Peter. Shout out to Peter.
Yeah, thank you. That'll mean a lot to him.
Got it. Ask Peter, is he a premium sub, though?
He will be tomorrow if he is.
Come together. Tease the imagination.
Yep. Hey, what's up? How did I get so high? That's better. What up? Who the fuck leaves? Who the fuck comes in for the fucking preview and then leaves when I start? Are you kidding me? It was 21 and then I fucking clicked over and now it's 19. Who are you two assholes? I fucking see you. What the fuck? What's going on? Watch. Dude, this is my Soviet Union watch. Still works. Went to the Apple store today and my Apple Watch is fucking toast. This shit still ticking however many decades later though. How you like that? I should do more of that. Like, go online and find old Soviet appliances. I bet you they're still great. How was your day? Anything fun happen? You have a fan club? Oh. You were here for breaking points. Recovered bodies? So many more than Roswell and freezers at this point? I don't know. Like, they keep bringing it up, not us. Like the people in power keep saying shit about bodies. Like, if Grush had come out and they'd been like, oh, these were unmanned craft or whatever, I would have been like, oh, I guess they, because it's always like, people are always hesitant to reveal that part of the story because it always, a lot of people are with you on the craft and then you're like, oh, and there was fucking aliens inside and they were dead. And that, I think, is a lot harder for people to fucking swallow. So, like, with Roswell, for instance, the original story didn't involve the bodies. But then, when they revisited it, all the details about the bodies came out. Because the original story with what's his name? The son. Um, the Roswell. I want to say Randall, but it's not Randall. Larry saw a UFO today? Really? What kind? I saw he wasn't streaming earlier. Um, I had to fucking watch his song because Larry wasn't on. Um, um, you know his name? Fucking whatever. The I'm gonna remember it in a second. I feel dumb. But that guy's story didn't involve the bodies, and then when they revisited it, when Stanton Friedman and all, um, then we start hearing all the details about the bodies, and there's a lot of detailed witnesses about the bodies, right? I think Virginia was always bodies, though, right? Or, fucking, biologics, if you will. Um, I don't know. I told you, I still think they are fucking some sort of like, bot, like bioorganic robot thing. Um, or some sort of construct, that was made specifically to do tasks on Earth. What up? What up, Groovy? What up, Weenus? Um, like I don't think that they are from a planet where they evolved to look like that. I think either somebody made them like that or they're robots. You know. Um, Although I don't know. I do think though that someone fucking. I think the Nazca shit is real. Yeah, the Greys. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think the Nazca shit is real, and I think that shows evidence of fucking, genetic manipulations. I think that's like some fucking Dr. Moreau shit. And I think that is gives me pause about everything else because you know maybe they were telling the truth. I've always, me, I've always rejected that part of the Anunnaki story. I was like, if I was a fucking trying to enslave a planet, I would also tell them that I made them. You know, I don't think the Gould told the humans that though, did they? The Gould, um, on the documentary film series Stargate SG-1. Um, but maybe that was just too much detail and they didn't go into it. Um, Low gravity adaptation from an orbital habit. No, I think that's what we see at the Nazca mummies. I think that's what these are. I think those are like remnants of of a lab, of a procedure trying to splice tridactyls. Maybe they are the tridactyls, right? Or they're another slave species. Maybe that's the Igigi, the tridactyls. And humans were difficult to deal with, difficult to manage. So they made a smaller, like less like physical, less compatible, so they didn't have to rely on their guys banging the locals. Because that's in the Old Testament too, right? Um so the stuff we see at Nazca is them trying to make an updated version of a slave creature to use both in orbit and on the surface. You know, maybe that's how they got to us too. You know, I mean, maybe, but I just don't. The thing that seems implausible to me is that primates were evolving in this direction towards us, and then they supposedly want to claim that they came here and uplifted our ancestor primates into us. That's implausible to me. That they just genetically modified us to like skip the weight. That doesn't seem plausible. But it does seem plausible that they would, you know, tell us that. I don't know, maybe they tweaked us a little bit because it does seem like humans were sort of living like animals for a long time and then all of a sudden we weren't, It's not like a gradual procedure. Yeah. Humans are fun for the sex, yeah. Which again, the fact that that made all of these ancient holy books tells me that that's an important detail. You know, or what's not plausible? Being real beings with several variation errors of their evolution. Mm. Mm. I don't see robots isn't the right term. They're more like clone troopers, like stormtroopers from Star Wars. You know, that you can tweak depend because we see short grays and tall grays, right? That tells me that they're like a thing that you can choose what size you want and then, print them or birth them or whatever for the need. Like, I think that they are alive, in the sense of being alive, but I don't think they evolved that way. I think someone made them that way. Domesticated raccoons, yeah, or squirrels, yeah. Um, but the thing that's not plausible to me is the convergent evolution, the fucking this two arms, two legs, head, eyes. That I don't think I'm convinced by that. That's the part that throws me away from that. That they just evolved on Zeta Reticuli to look like that. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's like Star Trek and we all look like this for a reason because we were all seeded by the engineers. That's another possibility. I don't have any firm beliefs in this, right? I have hypotheses that would explain the evidence. And they go back and forth about which one I'm feeling more strongly about, you know? I think that I think the robot thing people came up with because of how like they seem to be doing tasks, and if you encounter them while they're doing a task, they say like three different responses, right? They have like you know canned dialogue that they deploy whenever they meet humans. Humans don't really have like deep conversations with them. Um, but I don't think that's permanent. Like I do think that is sort of a thing that is like a you know like a not recovery mode, but like that's just like the basic setting which you can interact with them and modify it. Like I think like the ones that are somehow that live in facilities or whatever, like if any of the, like the J-Rod type stories are real, um I think that over time they can sort of, you know, erase their default programming and, you know, have lived experiences that modify their personality and such, Kind of like Contact when a person appears as a familiar person to Jodie Foster. I mean, but that's because that's like a mental construct though. If it was just that, like I think that there's physical fucking creatures that are people are interacting with at some point. I mean, the other option is that they're all like tulpas. They're all like fucking thought forms that become physical. That's another possibility because I think that would explain why every fucking craft is different. Doesn't that unnerve you? Because it unnerves me. Um, well, I mean, I don't know. People say that fucking Makan Weibu, the fucking mantoid looking things are the head honchos, them in the Nordics. I don't know. Also, that makes a lot of sense to me too, right? If you were a 10-foot tall fucking Nordic and you wanted something to work on this planet for you, or you wanted to have a little biosphere, a little terraforming project, or you would make a smaller version of yourself. That seems to make sense. Just humanoid, so we don't. Oh yeah, but it's an effective form for this planetary environment. You know. Yeah, they do that Doomer Friday thing. Yeah, I like him too. Yeah. 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 I like that guy. Yeah, he's skeptical of the modern bullshit and sprung up in contradiction to the older stories. Mm. I think that's true. That is a real thing that happens, but not necessary. I think it's also used to make us doubt conclusions that we've made in modern times, you know? That's like in Phantasm, taking the bodies and sending them to the other dimensional planet where they are shrunken because the gravity is so heavy. Yeah, that too. It could get even weirder. These are just like basic level explanations that could get a lot weirder in the sort of like tesseract, you know, condensed dimensionality thing. Yeah, for sure. That's another strong possibility. Mm-hmm. This is usually a better conversation for once I've gotten a little stoned. I don't know what I want to watch though. Disavowed Piker.
Hello and welcome back to the Electronic Intifada podcast. I'm Nora Barrows-Friedman. We continue our focus on the U.S. government's assault on independent journalism and free speech, especially as it relates to criticism of imperialism, capitalism, the American war on Iran,
you hear everything okay?
Palestine and Israel's crimes. In July, the U.S. House of Representatives Ways and Means Committee issued a subpoena against Breakthrough News, a legally enforceable demand for internal records, including emails and financial records, under the guise of investigating what they call foreign influence.
Yeah, you know, I'm not so sure if this is an actual subpoena. I mean, I think it's real, but is it actually, like, are they actually going to try to go through committee and try to get these outlets, you know, fucking dinged somehow? Or is it intended to just have a chilling effect, like a self-censorship effect? Because I kind of lean towards the latter, you know, because they know they're not going to have any court case, like they're not going to be able to, like, you know, just destroy the free speech rights of pro-Palestine outlets. That's, you know, it's like there's the New York Times problem. You know, like you can't isolate Electronic Intifada and Breakthrough or whatever, and then not also go after coverage similar that's in more mainstream publications. And they don't have a case. There's no judge that's going to rule that there's somehow this is aid and comfort to an enemy or whatever the fuck the standard is, right? But it's probably, their intention is probably to get Roy Singham to stop funding it, right? And to try to get whatever other foundations and grants and stuff they have to get them to pull back. And to try to paralyze them, you know, like, should we try to censor ourselves to maintain our sponsors or whatever? Trying to create that kind of situation. But I guess we'll see, right? Because this is like, what was that one we had before where, like, they hadn't even, like, Fox News knew about the subpoena? Oh, the Hassan thing. Like, Fox News knew about the subpoena, but Hassan himself hadn't received a subpoena. You know, stuff like that tells me that that's their primary intention. But maybe it's different with Breakthrough.
In the tax-exempt nonprofit sector. This congressional committee is led by Republican Jason Smith from Missouri, who has consistently voted to provide billions of dollars to the Israeli military. And
exactly. So you can just paralyze them with court cases and whatnot
against the genocide in Gaza. Smith's committee had previously demanded records from Breakthrough and other tax-exempt organizations in 2025 and again in early 2026.
That fits with Hassan too, right?
But this time he issued subpoenas. The Freedom of the Press Foundation urged the U.S. Congress to withdraw the subpoenas, saying that it sets a dangerous precedent. The foundation stated, quote, Lawmakers
using the legal system to scare them.
Compliance, but abusing
His daughter-in-law works for
to
Fox.
target a news outlet whose coverage a committee chair doesn't like undermines core press freedom guarantees. Breakthrough is, of course, fighting back against this McCarthyist witch hunt, and joining us to talk about this is the news outlet's very own Rania Khalek.
Soul Trap.
Rania is the host of the shows Dispatches and BT Live. Rania, thank you so much for being back with us on the Electronic Intifada podcast.
Nora, it's such an honor to join you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and thank you for covering this. It's such an important story because it's about obviously more than just breakthrough. This is about independent media.
Moving from Mars to Earth. I know, but didn't they fucking destroy Mars though? Isn't that why they're here? I don't know. Like I said, there's still a lot of options on the table.
All across the board.
Exactly. Thank you. So first off, talk about the demands of the U.S. House and Ways and Means Committee and why, as you write in a recent Substack post, quote, there is a reason this is happening now, and it's the opposite of what the subpoena is meant to make you feel. Talk about what that means.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the Ways and Means Committee, which
that's the reason why I'm so fucking antagonistic
the bio you gave for him,
to people who were like, they come in hot, debunking their own thought experiments, you know? Because any serious researcher, like I said, Jacques Vallée, Stanton Friedman died with no conclusions. Like, he had a hypothesis that he leaned towards, right? That we were being quarantined, which is still on the table. That works, right? But Jacques Vallée doing this longer than literally anybody, and he has no conclusions. So when someone comes in here and they're like, oh, fucking, they couldn't come from this planet, blah, blah, blah. They have not even considered what they're talking about, and they're not serious, you know? Like, you see, I'm juggling like 10 different hypotheses on any given night, because that's the only way you can do it with the evidence that we have.
And to accuse us and other nonprofits on the left specifically, who've been pro-Palestine, of being part of a foreign operation, himself has
Yin Yang, Dead Star, John Pluto,
and other pro-Israel PACs. So, I mean, if you want to talk about foreign influence, sir. But in all seriousness, though I am serious, this subpoena is part of an ongoing campaign of harassment.
I don't know. What's the isotope on Mars, right? That seems to be pretty credible that they have this isotope that's way out of whack. They have a lot more than anybody can think of why they would have naturally. But it is a marker from nuclear bombs. And then, that's the story from the Rick Veda, right? There was a massive war. So I could see them destroying both of those planets sometime in the last 20,000 years or whatever. And that's what we see. So we see vestiges of their society. And, look, if there was an interstellar empire living here who destroyed themselves, you would expect to still see, I think, a lot of automated craft in orbit and, potentially commercial partners coming back. Like, if you trade it with people on Earth, the Atlanteans, let's just say, and you came back and they had killed themselves, I think that you would take advantage of their absence, no? But that's that's Nibiru, yeah. I think Nibiru is every 40,000 years or something, 30,000 years. I don't know. That fits. We know there's something big out there. At least we think there is. Or at least there's some gravitational something. Heavy mass.
That breakthrough news. For the last couple of years, really since the Trump...
And then the asteroid belt. Yeah, that's the other thing. The asteroid belt looks like there used to be a planet there. Which, that's the story from the lore, right? That's more than one group of our ancestors wrote down that story. That there was an advanced culture who destroyed themselves. And they have a lot of details. A lot of specific details that are common amongst disparate cultures and are actually backed up by science,
We've received harassing letters from various
or
aligned members of Congress.
And that's what Giorgiani thinks. that the moon was like some sort of like, you know, like a found object that was turned into a spaceship, basically. That they got like chunks from this planet that had used to be in the asteroid belt, turned it into a craft and moved it over to the Earth to stabilize the Earth and use it as a platform to terraform it. I mean, I don't know. I can think of a couple other explanations. That's a pretty, like, that's a lot to swallow, right? But if there's 35-kilometer spaceships up there that these Ukrainian astronomers can just point their telescopes at and see, and then that doesn't seem too far-fetched, right?
But the Ways and Means Committee specifically, at the behest of Jason Smith, has been harassing us since earlier this year. In fact, the first time we received a letter from them was in February this year of 2026. And in that letter and others,
I think the other moon, the weather would have been wilder,
the
right?
With us is actually our viewpoints. They are very explicit about that.
Yeah, that would do that, right? Yeah, that would cause the floods.
To target viewpoints they disagree with. They note that they are upset with our coverage of the genocide in Gaza and the opposition across the U.S. to ICE kidnappings and killings. And then they also accuse us of...
It looks like the ice sheets melted rapidly, right? But it didn't have to be that. It could also just be a large object showed up in orbit that pulled, you know, our existing bodies of water and adjusted them, you know? That also fits. How large does it have to be for it to be visible with the naked eye? I think you can see satellites the right time of day. I think like in Twilight you can see satellites if you look up. Like there's you have to look like when the sun is setting and it's like dark, you can look out towards the sun and see them, I think, like that. You know what I'm saying? But that's low Earth orbit. So, I don't... geostationary orbit is so far out there, though. That's like the circumference of the Earth. You know? That's so far away. Like 30,000 kilometers up, or it might be 30,000 miles. It's far. So I think it would have to be very big for us to see that. Yeah, like I don't think you can see Deimos in orbit from Mars, right? I think you can see Phobos, but I don't think you can see Earth, just the light, the pinpoint. So yeah, low Earth orbit, you can see something small under the right conditions. The stuff, like the Beatrice Villarreal stuff, we don't see those with the naked eye. Yeah, satellites like the size of a truck. Yeah, but that's, you know, only in the right conditions. Yeah, the Enterprise... I mean, yeah, but we wouldn't necessarily see it. Like, if they wanted to avoid detection, I don't think that would be hard to do. Like, with like their inclinations and stuff, and they could stay on the dark side. There's all kinds of ways, you know. But also, they might not give a fuck, because we see stuff like this every night and nobody cares, you know? Like, people see, like, at the bare minimum, people see, like, you know, lights in the sky moving erratically or whatever. I don't know, like, if you look at where all the ancient sites are, they're all in, like, an orbital plane, right? So, like, if you were in orbit, it would make sense that you would have settlements, you know, at various places along your orbit. You know what I mean? But it doesn't need to be that. Like, that could work, but it doesn't need to be true. Like, that's why I'm always entertaining all of these different theories, because I'm constantly plugging new data points into each of them and seeing how they are corrected, right?
Using anti-American rhetoric, which, you know, if anybody who's watching this is familiar with history, which I'm sure many of your viewers are.
Like the moon and Mars are both in play, I think. Like,
committee.
we could be from either of those places.
Literally what they're going after here.
We could be from neither of them.
They are demanding with the subpoena that we turn over First Amendment protected material, including our internal communications. And of course, the First Amendment exists exactly to protect media from these kinds of
no, we could be from Venus.
Attacks
I mean, that would make a lot of sense too.
So, I mean, if they essentially are upset we're not stenographers of the Trump administration, because if we did, you know, nothing but agree with them, that would of course not be journalism. So they're really just upset about journalism here. And I appreciate the quote that you mentioned from my Substack piece, because what I mean by that is, you know, you think, why now, right? I don't think you try to criminalize dissent when you're winning the
like, we lived on Mars, we destroyed Mars,
and this
and we
administration
fucking
so
created the moon and brought it here.
Popular. Meanwhile, you look across the country. I mean, we're recording this the day after the Michigan Senate primary.
It doesn't make a lot of sense that the moon and the Earth, like, how would that even work? Like, how would that work if two planets just naturally came to those orbits? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, the moon is way too big to be a satellite of the Earth. Like, I mean, it's too big, but also not big enough to be like a binary, like Pluto and Charon, you know? The tidally locked too. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about what is it? The flares. Remember those? That was that early satellite network. It's like Rogers, or it was a specific type of satellite in a specific orbit that you could see at sunset. Is the wrong shape? I mean, yeah, it's true, right? 36,000 kilometers, like 30,000 miles, right? Yeah, we can only see them with like commercial dicks. Yeah, like I search satellite flare, that'll come up right away. Because this is something debunkers always try to use. And it's subpoena the moon. Iridium flare, that's it. The original Iridium constellation produced the brightest and most predictable flares, reaching magnitudes of 8, large flat main mission antenna. These flares were a common night sky event until the first generation of satellites were decommissioned and deorbited December 2019. No, this is the opposite of true. Bright, short-lived flares are frequently misidentified as UAP by the public and even pilots, as they can appear as spinning or rapidly moving lights in the sky. No, this is the opposite. People report seeing UAP, UFOs, and then debunkers attempt to misidentify them as satellite flares, even though it does not at all fit the description the witness is given. This is funny how they do this. This is literally this is 180 degrees wrong.
Like over $60 million to try to defeat Abdul El-Sayed. who was running on an explicitly anti-genocide platform, a healthcare for all platform, a very progressive platform. And he won because despite that massive tsunami of money used to attack him, because those things are
I think the ones in Geo are really big too.
Right now. You have socialist candidates winning primaries across the country, from New York to Colorado.
Like the Hubble, I think, is small compared to the spy satellites they have up there. Like, the Hubble is like, you know. We know this because they donated a lens to NASA at some point, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. The NSA or the NRO or one of the spookies we had a leftover, piece of our optics we didn't use or something, and it was like, what was it? The W first. It's like triple the size of the Hubble or something. It's huge.
Precisely because the movement against the genocide in Gaza has grown so big, it's now mainstream.
I think they might have canceled that, but I think it was the next satellite up
Israeli
for a while.
apartheid and to oppose giving Israel weapons.
Telescope.
The majority of Americans want to cut off weapons to Israel now. So it's now mainstream to despise ICE and ICE kidnappings and killings. It's mainstream to support healthcare for all. It's mainstream. The vast majority of Americans oppose this criminal war this administration launched on Iran. So this foreign plot smear is what they're reaching for, because they can't win on the merits of their arguments. And it's such an old smear, right? You just call everything a foreign operation. You never have to explain why your own agenda is so unpopular. So, that's the point I was trying to make, is this whole thing is really a distraction from the popularity of anti-war and socialist ideas and the unpopularity of theirs. And I'll just end this part on this is, I know you've seen this, Nora, and you guys have probably talked about it on your programs. The net favorability in the U.S. towards Israel has dropped 67 points in just 8 years. That was from plus 51 points during Trump's first term to minus 16 points today. When you think about that in the numbers of actual Americans, that's roughly 90 million Americans who've changed their minds in just a few years, largely because they've watched the
Rhodesia experience,
and it's opened their eyes to just how corrupt and easily bought for our leadership is. So again, I go back to, they're doing this not because they're winning, but because they're losing. They have midterms coming up. And when it comes to the fact that, this is like very old school McCarthyism being applied to 2026, the difference though is that under McCarthyism, you had they were able to get the American public on board. This is different
temporarily,
because the American public, like I just laid out, is actually on our side. Like, we're not the fringe, they are.
Yeah, and of course, every accusation is a confession in terms of, accusing independent media of being, piloted by some foreign government or whatever adversary Marco Rubio is targeting at the moment. When in fact, we, like you said, the influence and pressure that Israel and its lobbies are exerting over the political class right now is absolutely, it's astronomical, and they feel like if they can just shut up journalists and independent media, then they can reverse this reversal of support for Palestinians and an end to this genocide. It is just, it feels like they're throwing the entire kitchen sink at anyone who's adversarial against American Israeli, imperial interests right now. And of course, this comes on the heels of Marco Rubio's 100-page report trying to frame Cuba and the Cuban Revolution as the #1 threat to Western civilization, and asserting that U.S.-based leftist activists, nonprofits, and anti-imperialist, anti-racist movements are part of some Cuban-led plot. It's an absurd claim, of course, but it's also extremely serious and dangerous, like you said. And this escalation against Breakthrough, other independent media, activists, and movements is nothing to laugh at or off. Can you talk about the moment that we're in right now and why the Trump administration is trying to attack political ideas right now, why they're going after Cuba, and how they're trying to tie Cuba to anti-imperialist
I would say that like Jim Crow was about your personal
that's really,
life,
important context,
your family.
Because of course the subpoena that we received came just a few days
McCarthyism
after
was about your
the Cuba
professional
report that you mentioned, which came just a few days after the anti-communism summit that Marco Rubio and Stephen Miller held, that included some ministers from some 60 different countries.
Comparison.
And in that summit, I'll start there. Marco Rubio and Stephen Miller were emphasizing the need to fight what they call far-left terrorism.
Cuba and their huge army and navy and Brazilians.
Right? They just keep saying far-left terrorism, the violence of the left, the radical left. They seem to be equating ideas
Russia and or Chinese,
ideas they don't
depending
like. They
on who's
literally never
talking
define
about
what this terrorism means. They just say the left is
far
violent.
Left
they
terror.
talk to each other across
they write
borders
on bullets.
all of these dirty communist ideas that they have for the world, and they want to take away our freedoms.
They killed
and
Charlie
conquer American
Kirk.
civilization, and therefore,
they got Brazilian missiles.
Stephen Miller referenced the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or better known as NSPM 7, which is this directive that was signed by Donald Trump last September, around the time after Charlie Kirk was murdered.
You can see the space station
which
pretty
wasn't
good.
Carried out by a leftist, but somehow they managed to use that to crack down on the left. And this is part of a long-standing goal of this administration. This is not Trump administration 1, it's Trump 2.0. They came in with a plan. And this plan, actually, there's a few think tanks that have been behind really laying the legal groundwork to dismantle what they see as the organized left in America, from the media to activist organizations.
I don't think nukes work.
Partly Stephen Miller, and then a bunch of organizations that are part of this kind of right-wing ecosystem that's funded by right-wing billionaires, like the Capital Research Group, the Manhattan Institute. This also folds into like Heritage Foundation and Project 2025. But what Jason Smith is operating off of is actually a playbook that is laid out by the Manhattan Institute and other sort of affiliated think tanks, where they actually have people who are devoted to tracking everything that Breakthrough News does, everything that the People's Forum does, everything that the DSA does. Like, you can follow some of these people, by the way, on Twitter, and you can see like there's one guy in particular that comes to mind, this guy Stu Smith. His entire Twitter feed, he just like watches us. He watches our videos, he watches the DSA videos and the meetings that they have available publicly, and then he just takes their ideas and tries to spin them as if they're calling for violence when they're so obviously not. And he's somebody who comes out of the Manhattan Institute. So there's this whole ecosystem that I'm actually looking into right now and going to be eventually like writing about more about, because I think as leftists we need to understand the
Brazil
amount of
with the
money
Amazon or
and where
Russia
it's
with
coming from
Siberia?
to try to make it so that we can't organize, so that we can't do journalism that challenges this administration. But they're going after these ideas precisely because these are the ideas that challenge them the most. These people are fascist. Like, you know,
I think it's hard to.
Yeah, their biggest enemies are people who have, you know, actually to them, you know, we're all the same. Like Hakeem Jeffries, probably as far as they understand, is not really that different than we are. It's all just like some under the umbrella of like radical left, right?
Like,
but I also think you then look at the Cuba report. So after this, to go back to the anti-communism summit, you have NSPM 7 being referenced with this, which is this presidential directive that directs federal law enforcement and these in U.S. intelligence agencies to launch this coordinated strategy to disrupt and prosecute these individuals and groups linked to supposed political violence, but really just
I have a hard time imagining how big it was.
Using leftist language like that they call against American traditional values,
it was massive.
Against capitalism, against U.S. empire, basically. So it's this directive that tries to take all of this sort of war on terror infrastructure that's been created since 9/11 and redirect at least a chunk of it to go after domestic opposition to Donald Trump, specifically the left. So that's one. And they talked about that soon, Marco Rubio was saying and Stephen Miller were saying we're going to be designating new organizations as terrorist groups to try to attack people domestically. Then a few days later, you have this Cuba report come out. And this Cuba report was just so insane. I mean, it was 100 pages of the State Department accusing Cuba of spearheading basically everything in the last 100 years in the U.S. that has challenged American empire and capitalism. It brands today's activists and journalists, sitting mayors, influencers as being agents of Cuba, and as everything they're doing
is so fucked up, dude.
Cuba's attempt to, no joke, conquer American civilization. They are accusing this tiny island nation that is currently being suffocated by the U.S. They have been denied fuel since late last year. They can't refrigerate their food right now in Cuba. 1,800 babies have died in excess because of the blockade on Cuba. They can't, turn on the lights at the hospital right now. That's what Cuba's dealing with, but we're supposed to believe that they're a threat to American civilization. And this report names everybody from Code Pink to Amy Goodman to Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, to Zohra Mamdani, to Hassan Piker, it has a whole chapter on the DSA, because they're very upset that the DSA is winning these primaries across the country. They recognize the power of that to actually challenge them in government. So then a few days after this report comes out, and again, this report also, by the way, summons the ghosts of the House Un-American Activities Committee explicitly.
And it says it's good.
References
They're like, we need to be more like
positive.
that.
Right. I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was going to school in the U.S., I was taught that was a very bad time in American history, but not according to this administration.
Cuba
but then,
killed my
days after
sweet
this
boy
report came
Charlie.
out, then we received the subpoena, and it's escalating. It's escalating across the board. And I also want to point out, like, Breakthrough News is, I think we punch far above our weight, but we're a small outlet. Like, we're a small, independent, nonprofit media outlet with a microscopic budget compared to the massive think tanks that are attacking us, by the way. And certainly compared to the nonprofits across the country, like the Ways and Means Committee is supposed to be reviewing tax policy. So this is why we say they're abusing their congressional legislative authority by investigating us for our viewpoints under the guise of looking into nonprofit tax policy. If they really cared about doing that, they'd go after the nonprofits that have like tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in funding. Not little Breakthrough News. Like, it's completely outrageous, and it's an insult to the intelligence of all of us. But people should take this very seriously. This is going to escalate, especially ahead of these midterms, where the Republicans know that they're going to lose a lot of seats, especially as you have progressive and socialist politics ascendant across the country and actually winning primaries. Whether you believe in electoralism or not doesn't matter. They see it as a threat. That's all that matters. And they recognize it's going to take away some of their power. In fact, I saw a video just today of J.D. Vance saying, warning about a future President El-Sayed undoing all of the wonderful work we've done. Like, they are concerned about those things. So this is one of the tools that they're using to try to shut down the ability of the organized left in America to continue to organize people, to continue to inform people. Because one of the things they also are accusing people of in the Cuba report is of, basically they accused like George Floyd protesters of protesting on behalf of Cuba, and of anti-ICE protesters, people who are disgusted by these fascist thugs who are like kidnapping our neighbors and shooting and killing people in the streets. So if you're disgusted with that, that's actually not you acting out of your own morals and your own conscience. That's you acting on behalf of Cuba, and also maybe Iran, and also possibly Russia and China, and insert whatever American adversary you hate the most that day.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. I mean, when you were talking about these independent media on shoestring budgets, which we can relate to, of course. I'm just thinking about all of these so-called nonprofits that are sending millions and millions of dollars a year to fund these settler lynch mobs in the occupied West Bank, who are sending, I'm thinking of like the Friends of the IDF, right? Hundreds of millions of dollars that's going to supply the genocidal Israeli military with like flak jackets and flashlights and whatever else they could possibly
want the genocidal Nazis to see at night.
Exactly, vegan combat boots or whatever it is. Like, it's just the hypocrisy, of course, the double standards. It's all very shocking, but it's also par for the course when we're talking about U.S. imperial policy, and especially when it relates to Israel's genocidal machine and the politicians that support it. I mean, it's astonishing, but you're right. Like, it's so absurd that it's kind of fundamentally hilarious because it's so absurd. But it is also extremely serious and dangerous.
Charlie's neck exploded.
And it is meant to, of course, this attack on Breakthrough and other nonprofits is meant to send a message to newsrooms, independent media outlets, publications around the country and around the world even. How important is it that we put up a fight right now? And what kinds of countermeasures are you and Breakthrough News taking legally and politically right now?
It's very important in a moment like this that we have a united front, because what they want is they want to like isolate groups, media organizations, to try to drown you in legal fees and essentially drain you of your resources, so that you can't really exist anymore. And to isolate you is the best way to do that, and also make it so that cause a chilling effect, right? Like maybe other independent media outlets are looking and they're just like, well, we don't want to be subpoenaed. I mean, that's fair. Nobody wants to be subpoenaed. It sucks. We don't want to be subpoenaed. We don't want the government to look at us. So maybe we'll just like be a little less radical sounding. Maybe we'll tone it down a little bit. But I have to say, so far it's been the opposite. There's been a lot of solidarity, and a lot of people have been, there's two things people can do, by the way. Go to breakthroughnews.org, and at the top of the website, you'll see Breakthrough Under Attack. And if you click on that, you can go to sign our petition to tell the House Ways and Means Committee to shut down their investigation that's tried to muzzle Breakthrough News. And then also, if you're able to, you can donate to help us fight this fight back. We have retained legal counsel. And under no circumstances, I just want to make this very clear, under no circumstances will we at Breakthrough News ever compromise or surrender our First Amendment rights or the freedom of the press, ever. We will absolutely be fighting this. We are fighting this. We have a deadline of responding to the subpoena by August 7th. Our lawyers are dealing with that. But obviously, every dollar we spend on legal defense is a dollar we can't spend on reporting. But we are going to continue to do our journalism. But people, if they want to, can go donate to that effort. Just go to breakthroughnews.org.
This is still basically,
and that's how we're dealing with it, with legal counsel, but also making noise about this, because people have been really receptive because they recognize that this is a threat to all. And it's interesting. I mean, people in the independent media world are making noise about this because they recognize this is a threat to independent media. It's interesting how
this is still basically free for them.
I mean, it's like when the New York Times gets like subpoenaed, or one of the reporters gets subpoenaed, which is a big deal. Look, I have a lot of issues with the New York Times. I think they're complicit in genocide. They're still a newsroom, and obviously we should all be very concerned when the government is coming after a newsroom. But you don't get that reciprocated whatsoever. New York Times is not calling up Breakthrough News to ask us how we're doing and if they can cover it and draw attention to it, because they're they look down on independent media. We're not as legitimate as corporate media. Having corporate sponsors rather than your viewers sponsoring you is what makes you credible.
Paywall everything, yeah.
Yeah, and then paywall everything so no one can even read your trashy genocide reporting. But yeah, it's interesting. It's Jimmy Kimmel, like obviously that whole saga. That was a big deal. It's very problematic when the president of the United States threatens to take away the licenses of media companies because somebody who's on a network is saying things they don't like if they don't fire that person. That's really problematic. This is just as problematic. The problem, I think when it comes to the government coming after independent media, they also recognize that the middle, it's not even right to call it the middle, that the corporate, the billionaires who fund them and then also fund the corporate media are not going to care. So we need to make even more noise as a result of that and recognize this for the threat it is. Because at the end of the day, independent media is a million times more important than mainstream corporate media. Because mainstream corporate media, at the end, it's an arm of the capitalist ruling class. It supports every single war. It supports the genocide for a reason, because of its funders. Whereas independent media has the space to be truthful and honest, just like you all at Electronic Intifada are, just like we at Breakthrough News are. So I think it's even more important to step up and protect independent media in this sort of moment. And, as a result, like you guys are giving space to this, which is so important. Other outlets have given space to this, which is much appreciated, because I just go back to, it's not just about Breakthrough News. It is about the entire independent media ecosystem and actually the left in the United States. And each time these people are allowed to get away to crushing dissent, they just go further and further. It's an invitation to continue to dismantle and disrupt.
I don't think Tucker's going to have a party.
Which is what they're trying to do to the left. But, I think that
he's just doing
attitudes are on our side. And, this administration has a short lifespan. I also just want to add, taking it to not just about Breakthrough News, about this attack on the broader U.S. progressive left. The Democrats, who are supposed to be the opposition party, have been silent. I mean, there was one statement released by a handful of progressive Democrats, and I think it was led by Ilhan Omar,
Party,
and it was people from the Progressive Caucus. And it was a really good statement. It was in response to the Cuba report. And it's good they released that statement, but a handful of people in a massive party that has hundreds of officials in office, that's all you can get is a handful to condemn this. And there's a reason I think the Democrats aren't saying anything against this attack on the left, because they hate the left. They would rather watch Republicans, fascists in power right now, crush the crush dissent, crush DSA, crush the people who actually represent the base of the party, than to lose power. Or not even lose power, than to have like the corporate sponsors behind them lose power. Because at the end of the day, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are beholden to the shareholders of the Democratic Party. And the shareholders of the Democratic Party are weapons companies and pharmaceutical companies and AIPAC and Lockheed Martin and AI and all of the monsters of the universe, right? And so they will always serve those people. And those people are actually the ones who are funding this attack. But what those people don't realize is, if the fascists actually take power like completely, they're going to throw you into the camps right there with us.
Big tent. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big tent. There really will be a big tent. Right. God help us all. God. But yeah, I mean, it's just, it kind of reminds me, this is like a silly comparison, but it makes sense to me and it'll make sense to you. It reminds me of the Lebanese who hate Hezbollah so much that they're like happy to watch the Israelis bomb Lebanon. Like that's what the Democrats remind me of.
I mean, that's a very fair comparison. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. It defies logic. It defies, rational thought. It defies the will of the people. And it's meant to protect the safety and security of the shareholders of whatever companies or elite regimes they are a part of. And this is why we have to keep putting up a fight. And I'm so glad that Breakthrough is not backing down. Let's put that petition up again. So if you are a supporter of independent media and you want to find out more about supporting Breakthrough News, you can go to breakthroughnews.org. And this is the petition that helps you tell Congress, drop the witch hunt against Breakthrough News. And that's up on breakthroughnews.org again.
DPRK has released footage showing Korean People's Army troops participating in combat operations to liberate the Kursk region from Ukrainian militants. Who was talking about the CIA infiltrating gangster rap? Didn't somebody challenge me on this recently? Look. This guy's got a whole thread. While in prison, Tupac was subjected to Kubark methods to psychologically break him, allowing undercover agents to feed him disinfo, blaming Biggie for the shooting. Time Warner with CIA ties then used their media to amplify the East-West rap war while hiding the CIA's role in it. Tupac signed with Death Row Records, which operated as the CIA front. The label provided cover for intelligence ops, with silent partner Michael Harris serving as a key asset in the CIA network of Freeway Rick Ross. LAPD whistleblower said many officers at Death Row were covert agents. Suge Knight, with intelligence ties through repeated escapes from jail on violent charges, subjected Tupac to coercive control, threats, isolation, and constant drugs and alcohol, tactics used by intelligence against Black Panther's leaders. This book sounds good. The FBI's war on Tupac Shakur and Black leaders. Oh, it's the new Potash book. Huh. Murderous targeting of Tupac, MLK, Malcolm, Panthers, Hendrix, Marley, rappers, and linked ethnic leftists by John Potash. Aquino. Girls assassinated.
My name is Madison Clares. My father invented online pizza ordering. And I started exposing all of this because I am your modern day Katniss Everdeen trying to save my brother Kyle. So here's my dad, Brian Cups. He invented online pizza ordering, which is now food.com. He is related to the Warner Brothers. Look who now owns food.com. My dad sold it to them in 2007. When he started getting a lot of blackmail, because one of his big clients didn't like that the dark web was created, and they were accusing him of being a spy, which, by the way, he is a CIA handler. And I was able to search my name and track this site. My dad exploited me and used photos and videos of me to gain trust with clients like P. Diddy and Usher. Check this out. Plain Jane. Should we say Jane Doe or should we say Jane Doe? Pun intended. And look who just resigned. And by the way, I don't know if I said this, my dad is related to the Warner Brothers. Well,
what's this guy talking about?
And it goes all the way back through Freemasonry. Let's look at his tattoos. Would you look at that? A monarch, a Freemason, and a family crest. Look at this magazine I found connected to his name. Monarch dealers everywhere because they sell kids. You might be thinking, how is the CEO of Warner Music in Japan related to all this? Well, if you search Brian Cups in web.archive.org, this site pops up. And if you click on it, by the way, what does insitters and managers have to do with
who is this
pizza?
girl?
Obviously trafficking, right? Well,
What, you're doubting Potash? What do you know about Potash? You don't know shit about Potash. Yeah, I mean, hold on. Should I say Jane Doe like Monday?
My father sell kids. Might be thinking, how is the CEO of Warner Music in Japan related to all this? Well, if you search Brian Cups in web.archive.org, this site pops up. And if you click on it, by the way, what does insitters and managers have to do with pizza? Obviously trafficking, right? Well, here we have SIM cards with 5 gigabytes of storage. Docomo, which, by the way, Kodomo means kid. Who is Docomo? Japan's largest telecommunications company worth $6 trillion in Japan. And look what happens when you search his name and you search Docomo. He has a patent with Docomo. The dominoes are really falling, guys. You're welcome.
Docomo.
'Cause I was born to win and I cannot lose.
Oh no, dude. She was assassinated? Madison Claire's? She must have gotten too close. I originally started reading about this because of the Diddy case, and it seems like she had already connected many of the dots. So if record labels like Death Row were intelligence fronts, you have to wonder what Diddy's role was working with Biggie Smalls. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this stuff, but look, just because I don't necessarily think she's presenting particularly strong evidence doesn't mean I don't think that there's some version of it that's true, you know? I mean, fucking Diddy's in jail now, isn't he? Isn't this what he went to jail for? Like selling kids? And I definitely believe the Tupac stuff for sure. He was dangerous. They had this whole if you read Potash, again, people spouting off having not read any of the author's work. He goes through all of this about like why they were targeting these specific figures. Some of this you see in Judas and the Black Messiah. That was their strategy, was to preemptively eliminate potential Messiah figures. Tupac, Kurt Cobain, I think are two very strong potentials. And we know Suge Knight was working with the spooks. The fucking Freeway Rick Ross is a known fucking FBI, CIA fucking kingpin, right? Michael Harris, key asset in Freeway Rick Ross CIA network. And again, you don't even need complicity of Suge Knight. I mean, it helps, right? But they didn't need that. They had the mass media. They could boost all the gangster shit. Fucking, my grandfather knew about the East Coast, West Coast rap wars. It's funny, like, we always used to make fun of them, like, in the family. Like, all my cousins and aunts and uncles and all. We'd always impersonate him. Hey, Michael, what do you know about the East Coast, West Coast rap wars? Like, why the fuck would my, like, elderly grandfather read about the East Coast, West Coast rap wars in the newspaper, like, on a regular basis? Like, they 100%, that was an unnaturally inflated, that whole narrative was drummed up. There was no animosity, like, they were on each other's tracks, and then they just, you see it, what they did. They instigated it and caused both of those kids to end up getting killed. They're so fucking young, too. Don't even get me started on Cobain, dude. If you're interested in this subject, I would read the Potash book. I haven't read the new one yet, but I think the old one is in the Discord somewhere. Let's see. Drugs as weapons against us? Yeah, here it is. It's still... Yeah, here you go. I don't know if this is the DVD. This might be the... This might be the whole movie. That's why it's taking so long to load, I guess. Yeah. I know, here it is on... There's another one. Or maybe it's not a book. Maybe it's just a... Well, if you search Potash in the... If you search Potash in the Discord, you'll see it. I would recommend not opining on things if you don't know about them. It's kind of a niche subject. What's this?
Hey beautiful friends, happy Friday. I wanted to thank everyone personally for all the incredible support that we get. I complain a lot, I know, about like haters and, you know, people who refuse to look at the science and, you know, people who support the work but don't like the fact that, you know, that our team is doing it or whatever. But we have so many great people who support us, and I feel so lucky because the vast majority of you guys, whether you've been here since the beginning or, you know, you just found us, you are all so cool and supportive, and like, you don't let anyone get away with their bullshit. If we don't agree on something, that's okay. You know, we don't have to agree on everything to realize that what happened to Kurt was absolute bullshit. And I wanted to share a message that a friend of mine shared with me on Facebook the other day that I thought was so cool, and I'm just going to read it. This is from a friend named Matt. He used to live in Seattle, and he used to know Kurt and know a lot of the people in that scene. And he has been vetted. He's awesome. So, Michelle, I've got friends from Seattle from my time there from '93 who still live there. They don't do social media or groups. They do email still or phone calls. They're old school. And they have asked me who the girl with the pink hair taking down the slag, Courtney, is. So you are well known and liked, especially in Seattle. And honestly, if it wasn't too long, I would get it printed on a t-shirt. That message just, it made me giggle, and I loved it so much. And I think, you know, that's another thing that I find so weird is that, like, you know, so many bands have written songs about Courtney. I'm very surprised that more people don't actually actively come out and talk about the other things she's done, because you don't have to understand that she killed Kurt to understand what kind of person she is. I think most people know that, you know, she has killed animals. Her own daughter won't talk to her because of the abuse, and because in my opinion, I believe, have been told that
Frances knows that her mother killed her father, which I can't even imagine how hard that must be. But I just feel so lucky that what we're doing is spreading, and that people are really taking the time. I know there are some people out there who just go, well, I don't believe it. And it's like, okay, but like, you cannot believe in gravity too if you want, but the science is there and it's a thing. So, you know, I think
that's why I say that to debunkers all the time.
Every time a new article comes out too, showing Courtney's behavior after Kurt died and stuff, it chips away at people's narrative, this narrative that has been so dug into things for the past 32 years. And so it just makes me so happy that we are sitting here in, you know, what I think by most accounts is a terrible fucking dumpster fire of a time for this planet, and everybody's divided, and but we can be united in this, you know. And I really feel like we're all united in the fact that justice doesn't have an expiration date, you know. Doesn't matter that it happened 32 years ago. You see all the time now with the DNA project and the Doe project and stuff. They're doing incredible work giving the names back to these beautiful souls who were basically lost to time, you know, bodies that were found with no idea of what happened to them except that it was a homicide. And not just giving them back their names, but, you know, that, I think, like, that's the thing, you know, when people go like, oh my God, Michelle, you seem really angry in that video. And it's like,
really angry.
This fucking person didn't just take Cobain's life, take him away from his daughter. She has gnawed at his bones. She has ripped apart his soul. Yeah, that's what every chance she's gotten for the past
Suge Knight, Sean Combs, Courtney Love, exactly.
With all of it. And
he had a whole page in Epstein's phone book.
People who have been there, you know, to stand up and go like, fuck like that. That's 9 different numbers. You know, Buzz, Dave Grohl, Kim Gordon, you know, there, Mark Arm, there are some people from his old life who have done that. God bless them. And, but we're at a changing point, I think. You know, we are definitely at a point in time where people are starting to see that's not who Kurt was. And I just wanted to thank you all so much for supporting us, for helping to spread the word and being part of this incredible team. I'll talk to you soon. Have a good weekend.
Oh yeah, there's a new Gerb, dude. Is this Gotti?
And tonight, another big drop of declassified UFO, UAP files from the government. And if you watch this show, you know how frustrating it is when a lot of these videos are released with no context. And yes, once again, we are seeing videos today without the government telling us what it shows or what this thing is in a canyon or what that thing is. All we know is that it was recorded by a government platform or a cell phone. There's no answer on what it is. Maybe this is a drone. Maybe it's a balloon floating around. And it's not just this video. There are other videos too, some of them taken over water. But there is one case finally that has some actual interviews with the crew attached. It is pretty wild. And here is how this story goes right here. In 2021, an American gunship was flying over the Gulf of Oman. It dropped some sort of flare into the water for target practice, right? Well, the report says that when the flare touched the water, the weapons officer looks at it with a sensor. They see these 2 small orbs hovering over the flare for about 15 seconds. So what do they decide to do? They pull the trigger. They pull that trigger, and the crew, the officer says that in between the trigger pull and the recoil, the UAPs fly away, and from that point, it is on. The crew starts to see 25 or more of these cold orbs flying around as they describe them. Some of them apparently pull out cell phones. They start to capture some of those videos. Those are those videos that you see. It's hard to see exactly what they're shooting because they're shooting a screen, but they describe the orbs as flying in these formations that like interact with each other. At one point, they talk about them flying in a coordinated formation, similar to how dolphins playfully swim in a pod. Again, this is an official government document. They clock the speeds from about 250 miles an hour to 1,300 miles an hour. They try to save all of the good footage, not this like crappy cell phone footage. but all of a sudden their DVR inexplicably failed. So it seems like all we have is their word, this narrative, and at least some of these cell phone videos. But what are we supposed to make of this from a rational point of view? Let's bring in Harvard's renowned astronomer Avi Loeb and the head of the Scientific Advisory Council for all things UAP. Professor, great to see you. I'm not sure if you've gotten a chance to really dive into this Oman case, but what do you make of it?
Well, thanks for having me. The only interpretation I could think of is that we're dealing with coordinated a swarm of drones. This is a real technology that was already employed back in 2021. And the characteristics of formation flying, reaction to a threat, interaction with each other is exactly the kind of behavior you would expect from an autonomous swarm of drones that somehow these drones communicate with each other. But there are some unusual features of this report. For example, the speed reached 1.7 times the speed of sound, and that would not leave an object, a solid object, cold. It's unclear what kind of propulsion these objects have if they can reach Mach 1.7. So there are many mysteries here, and I completely agree with you that it's an unresolved case. And there are two other interesting unresolved cases. If you want, I can go into them.
Yeah, actually, I was just going to ask you. I mean, this one is the case, to me at least, that seems the most similar to the famous 2004 Nimitz Tic Tac video. But going through some of these other cases, the lack of the video and the data is very frustrating. But there are some reports in here of an interview that are downright weird. Like the government released some artistic renderings, if we have it, of an incident in the desert where some guys see UAP. One of them has night vision goggles, and you see what that might look like through an artist. But then they go on and he checks his clock, and it's an analog clock. And I think there's a discrepancy of like 20 minutes between his watch that is analog and then the digital clocks that he's around. What do you make of that?
Well, we know of time dilation in physics, but it cannot be produced in this particular case as a result of space-time curvature, because the gravitational tide of such an encounter would have dramatic consequences. It would tear the bodies of the witnesses apart. So based on known physics, the only sense I can make of it is that the time difference was initiated by some electromagnetic effect on the digital clocks, which was not effective on the analog clock. But what kind of an electromagnetic signal, I have no idea.
It's so fascinating. I'm so glad that you're looking at these with such detail. It's also got some more interviews, quite a few interviews of people that saw black triangular-shaped craft that are kind of like the Arizona lights way back in the day. One military pilot had seen a lot of lights in the sky that, when I was reading his description, it almost sounds like maybe flaring from satellites. But then he goes on to talk about seeing this massive triangle in the sky above a base in Afghanistan. It's tough because you've got different types of descriptions of things that are unexplained in the sky from the same people, from people that are trained aviators. Do you put stock in some of these triangle reports?
Well, definitely. I mean, this description of a giant triangle keeps repeating. I heard a number of other reports decades back of the same thing. One of the reports came from a physicist that I know who witnessed that. In this particular case, the description is that the size of the triangle was about 500 feet, 150 meters, and it was moving at a speed of about 150 knots or 77 meters per second. And the problem here is that no existing operational aircraft matches this size and speed. The largest aircraft ever built is the Strato launch rock, and that spans about 385 feet, 117 meters, so it doesn't match up the description. And so we're left with the question of, is this report reliable? Unfortunately, we don't have the actual digital data from sensors to confirm it. And that's what needs to be done, basically. In order for us to resolve these cases, we need better data. The same pilot also talks about all kinds of orbs that last for hours that cannot be explained by satellites. And so this
you always got to go back to the orbs, huh?
This should be a serious matter that scientists should be curious about. Skeptics who deny the significance of these anomalies are not curious enough to be genuine scientists.
Back to his,
so either we're dealing with unknown natural phenomena, secretive black projects, or these anomalies reflect manifestations of alien technologies, and resolving them is a win-win situation for either national security or fundamental science.
And I pray that tonight is the night that you get the call from the White House or wherever that ends with you telling the rest of the world what the heck is going on. Dr. Avi Loeb, really appreciate you stopping by. Thanks so much.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Max, how are you?
Doing well.
Let's start with good, man. Let's start with the 007 story. I know you were in Iran. Professor Morandi was telling me that you got into trouble at the airport. So I'd love to know. I'm not surprised because I've seen how the administration has been cracking down on anyone that's been opposed to the.
Detroit, and just want to bring you into speed on what's going on here. There's a couple other videos, but
orbs. Glorbs and the orbs.
Guys, when I saw that clip, honestly, I was infuriated. If I saw Adam doing that in front of me to two innocent women who were just religiously observing, I swear I would knock this dude out. That genuinely pissed me off. And you know what pisses me off more? The only men that do that kind of stuff are weak men. What, you're picking on them because they're two women alone? They're vulnerable? What if there was a guy there? Would you have still done it? Probably not. Yo, weak dude. Man, I swear I got pissed when I saw that clip. I would have knocked him out if I saw that.
In Michigan, there's a guy named Abdul El Said who won the Democratic senator primary race, and
Democratic senator primary
one of the
race.
Things that's very interesting is with this guy, and it's telling a story about how his OnlyFans, how his Instagram algorithm, all it does. I want you to watch this, and this went viral. I watched. At first, I kept seeing this guy like this, and I'm like, why is showing this video? Why is this going viral? This guy, by the way, I think he won valedictorian when he graduated. He's not a lifer. I think he's a doctor. I think he's done stuff. So it's not like he is very well spoken. But this is one of the things that he said that is just extremely funny, and everybody retweeted and said, should we tell him? Watch this clip. Go for it.
Think about if you're on Instagram, my team has access to my Instagram account. And like the things that I actually look at on Instagram, right? Of course, we get served that on your For You page. But then like every third video that scrolls on
How old is this video?
OnlyFans model. And it's because it clocked me as being a 40-some-year-old man.
Did you guys get it?
Clocked him. Yeah. It clocked him.
So,
guy, this is pathetic. PBD podcasts are such haters. They're having a meltdown because Abdul Said won, and his Instagram has girls on it. Okay. Are you roasting him just because he's Muslim and he shouldn't be doing that? And also, these guys love Donald Trump. I wonder what Donald Trump's feed's like. Just saying. Anyways, like this video, subscribe to my channel. When you guys do that, this video goes out to a larger audience. We are changing minds on this topic. You should be proud of yourself for doing your part. Because of all of you, I was able to get over 20 million views in the last year and a half. So please continue to like and subscribe, and let's get this message out to more people.
That's true for him. That's what he looks at.
No, but what he's saying is, I don't know if you know.
That's what he looks at.
That's what he looks at. He just said, I
this
looked
is
at
all he's
Antonio,
got.
please check what Vinny's explore page is.
Check your phone.
I'm asking, what do you think you're going to see on Vinny's phone.
I would
What do
say
you think?
legs and.
Oh, what do you see?
What do you see?
That's it. What?
All animals.
It's all animals.
I don't think it show that because I do voice.
You know why?
Just means that's all he watches.
I say not interested because I don't want.
But he's
that
also
in my-
kind of into like bestiality
right.
a little bit.
That's
I don't know.
right.
I'm just
disgusting.
kidding. I'm kidding.
So,
But the point is,
Yeah.
you were making the point, Pat.
So he looks at porn every day. That's what he does.
if that's
what
on
he-
your algorithm, that's who you are.
That's it.
I'm sorry. That's
It's a
what you're
fact.
looking at.
Yeah, he just proved it. He looks at naked girls, feet, boobs, butts.
Here's
the whole,
Tom.
The whole
Here's
bit.
Tom.
Yeah.
We're trying
See-
Formula One, car
Good for
restoration,
him,
That would be mine.
golf. There you go.
Guys, I'm gonna sit this one. I'm gonna plead the
Let's
fifth.
check
for him.
to see what we're
I'm gonna plead
looking
the fifth on my page.
Do it. Do it. What do you have? What's
What a great presidential debate.
What is on
Hold
yours?
up your Insta. Hit.
Let me
I showed it
see
to
that
my.
guy.
Okay, go ahead.
I
So
do animal
mine is
voiceovers. So
I don't
fighting.
use Instagram.
I got
Mine is
politics.
fucking black metal and
I
fucking
baseball
communism.
cards. I got bodybuilding. Vinny, this is what I got here.
I see it.
Okay, so
Bodybuilding.
that's what I
Okay.
got here.
I'll let
We
you
got
validate
business
this.
content. Muhammad Ali chess parliamentary watches.
I'm gonna let you validate because you're about it's all chicks. What is it? Comedy, basketball.
Grinder.
Come on, Pat.
Gay
Don't put me
men
out like that.
loving
Can I?
it.
Come on, Pat. What do you see?
No, it's a lot of basketball and
Okay.
comedy.
Yeah.
Is what you have. Basketball.
There we go.
But here's the thing. So let's
And
go
grinder.
through it.
Mine's
So-
like PSL
So if first of all, him
What is
winning.
Hot
If
Men
you
of
want to
the Velvet?
play
Agriculture,
a clip from
mostly.
Hassan Piker, I think it's because Hassan Piker right now the Democrats are
Before we get to
everyone being
Hassan
like-
Piker, just the hypocrisy is unbelievable. If this was anyone but a Muslim, would they make this into such a big deal? It's hilarious.
about this candidate. Two Democrats. Watch him. Go for it.
Like everyone being like, Abdullah has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's
Mending
the fucking
bridges
tape
with
nuke for you,
who?
okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Why do
get
they have
him.
to? Why do they have to go like that?
Well, I'll tell you because
See, they're
I don't
not
think
Democrats, and the
All right,
Democratic
hold on.
Party doesn't
Well,
exist.
can I cool, I'll tell you
He said
something
that-
right now, if I may, because that guy, the guys like that are the scum of the earth. Okay, their families aren't from here. They come here, and all they do.
Can we set up a boxing match with me again?
No, but
Can we do like a celebrity boxing match?
I want to say this people like Hassan Piper, then I'm going to get into this Abdul Said who says, if you can't say my name, then I'll say whatever the hell I want, okay?
Dude,
this guy has openly said, Hassan Piker, not patriotic. This guy dresses up, cosplays like Mao from China. He has no identity. He just goes with the wind. He says like he wants to soak in blood. He says to kill freaking politicians. This guy is the most anti-American. When I signed up for the military, they said you make an oath to protect this country from enemies, foreign and domestic. That's the domestic one that they keep talking about that nobody really sees. Okay,
Kamala
those are the guys.
Harris,
Okay, and he's
dude.
representing this
What do
guy.
you mean nobody
this guy,
sees?
Abdul El Said.
And the Democrats
he's not
want him to win.
He's not a socialist.
Are
Okay.
you surprised though?
No, I'm not. But what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
and you mentioned it kind of earlier. This fight that's coming. Guess what? I'm ready for it, and I know a lot of Americans
Yeah,
are too. Because
good
this
luck,
guy,
buddy.
Pat El Said, he's not a socialist. He's worse. He supports Sharia law. He wants to defund the police.
Sharia
He wants to
law?
support
What?
decarceration. He wants people out of jail. Abolish ICE. Supports total amnesty. Backs Medicare for all, including illegal aliens. They all have the same thing. He supports a billionaire tax, and the DSA backs him. He campaigned with known communists. Bro, Hassan Piker is a freaking communist. Okay, and then Bobby, there's a counterterrorism expert. Pat, he was in front of Congress with Ted Cruz that we were talking about earlier. Kyle Scheidler, I guess, he testified about this guy. He said that his ties to M-Gage, which is close ties to the Council of American Islamic Relations, and his father-in-law's leadership roles in the Muslim Brotherhood linked organizations. Then he confirmed that the Muslim Brotherhood partners with Democratic Socialists of America, and Michigan voters deserve answers about this guy and who he is. And I hope, guys, the fight is here. It's no longer, hey, they're coming and they're whatever, because the goal is what? The goal is what? Put as much people, flood the system, try the Sharia law. But I'm telling you right now, they came to the wrong effing place. And I'm sorry, Pat, because it's true.
All right, everyone, if you're enjoying this video so far and you really want to help support the channel, I'm helping my mom market her new premium hair oil company. It's called Nema Premium Hair Oil. It's a generations old recipe. It's a secret in our family. It takes a month and a half to make, and it's really good for your hair. If you're interested in this, there's going to be a link in the description below where you can sign up and you'll find out when the next batch comes out. We made our first batch, sold out in a day.
Hassan Piker, and I think he refuses.
Obviously.
If this
Okay, I gotta stop this over
This
here.
is like your
just because,
fucking
first of all,
grandfather.
Vinny has this whole idea. Oh my God, they're bringing Sharia law here. Who said that? And these people don't even know what Sharia law is. Stealing is
Grandpa
punishable.
at the
That's Sharia
fucking
law.
pub.
Do you want people to steal? Being good to your parents is Sharia law. Getting punished for raping women.
When has he ever
that's
said
Sharia law.
that?
Don't you
What is
want
he talking
that? Don't
about?
you want people to be punished for stuff like that? Being good to your neighbor is Sharia law. Most of the 10 commandments are Sharia law. Like, these idiots have no idea what they're talking about. And look, I'm not a fan of throwing around the Islamophobic card because it's similar to anti-Semitism. It loses its value if people just throw the phrase around. But I think for the folks at PBD Podcast, I think that phrase should be used.
Yeah.
I think they're definitely Islamophobic. They're scared of Muslims.
He said
to get
that
taken
shit.
over. If that
He's
is
like,
not Islamophobic, then I don't know what is. These are
he's
Americans, by the way. Literally Americans.
What was that clip we watched when he asked him to like rate the threats in the future, and he's like, "I noticed you didn't put Islam at the top of your list."
Does the clip go for it and play? Go ahead. We got 2 clips to play.
He said that you need to renounce people like the left-wing streamer Hassan Piker, who was campaigning with you, who was out there in Michigan on Monday night, I believe last night as well. Do you have any plans to do that?
No. Why would you do that?
Look, I'll tell
It
you
would be
this.
so
I'm
stupid.
less focused on folks who are campaigning with me, more focused on the folks I'm campaigning to. And I think it's important to stay in touch with the folks who you want to elect you.
Good rehearsal. You rehearsed that 1,000 times.
Yeah,
The people
yeah,
told
what's
you
he
what
supposed to
say
do?
and
He's
all
a
that stuff with, like,
politician.
little smirks.
He's literally a politician.
Bro, who are you?
You
Literally,
guys are
who
so
the heck are
angry.
you? Nobody knows you. This dude just won a senator election for the Democrats. Like, everybody knows him. No one knows who the heck you are.
Never underestimate the power of a great communicator. This guy's, if you see how he speaks, play the clip.
Allies are launching is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the odds. You're already watching on TV, started today. You know, they think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth.
Abdul Rain, man.
Look who's clapping. Look who's clapping.
White liberal woman.
Look who's clapping there.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm so happy. They don't even understand what he said. Be like,
Ooh, I like the spice. I like that. Mamdani would not say that. Ooh, okay.
He's right to do that though, because they are the ones who it's been fucking handed down. The Republican strategy is to like say his full name, make it sound all fucking Barack Hussein Obama-y. And of course, predictably, they don't know how to say it right. So he's pissed off because they're in their attempt to do some Islamophobic cheap shot. They have now they're calling, instead of saying Abdul al-Said, which they've been saying, it's very easy to say, they're attempting this like fucking long version that none of them know how to pronounce. You know?
Mamdani's like, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. No hate to Mamdani, he's a great guy, but I like the little spice. It's a little different flavor. And did that guy...
that wasn't going on with Mamdani. This is different than Mamdani.
Dude, he said something pretty simple. He said, if you can't say my name, then stop using my name. That guy who's talking, he's probably the real dumb one who didn't understand what he was saying.
whatever.
The difference between him and Mamdani is able to hide his rage and anger.
Hide his rage.
Yeah, this guy's rage and anger comes out.
Open
Guy rage and anger comes out.
Oh, PBD podcast. PBD thinks he's onto something.
Yeah, his rage and anger comes out.
Really ever gets mad. He doesn't seem like the type of dude that gets mad. You guys ever have that friend who just never gets mad? I think that's Mamdani.
So we'll see. I mean, look, the person he went up against.
He hides his
Adam,
rage.
you were saying she looked like who? What did you say his opponent was?
Look, the girl that he beat in Michigan is like a female Chris Farley, they say, but she's entertaining. The Haley Stevens.
But how much money did she spend? How much? But this is a warning.
60 million.
Like, they spent so much money on her, and you didn't win. This is the epitome of the Democratic Party right now.
Michiganders, what's going on here?
No, but Adam,
Haley Stevens here.
No.
We have to beat this Muhammad guy.
Yeah, but
no, literally. There's footage of it.
But Adam,
prove me wrong.
Can I ask you a question?
This guy Abdul Muhammad is going to come.
Let me ask you a question.
That might be one of the funniest things Adam's ever said. It wasn't that funny, but it made me smile.
How much money, Connor? Can you find out how much money?
Yep, a lot of money.
60 million.
I am going to be worth.
It's less funny when they do it.
Wow. Is it true that the Iranians have...
I mean, they're trying to make him sound like a scary Muslim, as evidenced by them making up a bunch of shit about his platform that wasn't there to make him sound like an Islamist. They do the same thing with Zoran. They couldn't decide if they wanted to hit him for being too woke or for being a Sharia terrorist. And then they couldn't really decide, and that's one of the reasons why he was able to win. No, I'm just kidding. That's not why he won, but they were calling him a woke jihadist. He needs to, I think, start throwing it back at them when they ask him about Hassan. You know? Like, how ridiculous it is. You're asking me about some fucking dude. What's up, Scintilla? Yeah, and then the white guys are doing, like, it's like a reactionary, like, virtue signaling for them, you know? Or vice signaling, I guess, right? It's like they're intentionally saying his name wrong, be disrespectful. But I'm not going to say whatever I want. Like, it's just like, I remember when I was a kid, they used to get mad about when you had to press like dial 1 for English or whatever. Those guys need to find some way to pretend it's not about Israel. You know? That's basically... I don't know about PBD, he's more of a numbers guy, but that fucking Adam guy, that's his job, right? He's like, come up with a reason to hate this guy and pretend it's not because he's fucking wants to reign in Israel. You know? That's all it ever is now. Because they know no one gives a fuck, like, people hate Israel. Like, I put this thing in the Discord earlier about there's like a lawsuit going on, this pharmaceutical company price fixing, and they're like begging the judge, like, please don't tell the jury we're Israeli. He turns into a red beet on every single time he talks. Can't take him seriously because he says everything like that. Everything's so extreme. Yeah, I know, that's what we were taught in school, right? Exactly. Yeah, I know. These fucking assholes. That's exactly what I remember thinking when I was a kid. Yeah. Well, again, it's all them trying to, it's the same thing with Israel as it is with capitalism. It's them trying to find new ways to blame things other than capitalism. Right? It's like the Southern strategy stuff. You know, as the times progress and you can no longer get away with, like, you know, wearing the Klan hood and saying the N-word, and like you're talking about like you know, law and order, and then you have to, you know, in the 80s you have to subtly change it so it's about taxes, you know, cutting poor people out of taxes or whatever. White flight. The same thing with like the racisms they're doing. It's like they're trying to do more and more plausible deniability, you know, so that like Elon can do a fucking Hail Hitler and pretend he was just joking or, no. That's their fucking thing.
Severely damaged or totally destroyed 17 U.S. bases in the Gulf.
I haven't counted them, but
I think that was like
of the bases that I know of Al Udeid, Khalifa, and others. I don't think there's a one that hadn't been hit, and most of them have been virtually destroyed.
And have a lot of U.S. assets been moved to Israel?
I think we've crowded Israel to the point where, they actually had a remonstrance about our tankers, for example, at Ben Gurion. I think that's demonstrative of the entire country. Netanyahu reversed that and rebuked the person who said something untoward about it. I forget if it was the Minister of Defense, Katz, or someone else. But he essentially told him to shut up because he didn't want to dissuade the U.S. from doing it. Because what does Netanyahu want? Netanyahu wants Iran to attack, and he wants to respond. And that's one reason he's doing what he's doing in Lebanon. He is hiking up the ante, if you will, in the West Bank, particularly in East Jerusalem, where he's murdering people every day and allowing settlers to get away with it. Yesterday, Haaretz ran a story about how he's trying to create a situation where he will be able to allow the settler who assassinated Yitzhak Rabin to leave jail. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but the author of that article is a pretty solid citizen when he writes in Haaretz. So Israel is turning into an armed camp that is at Netanyahu's behest.
The failure of Reconstruction was a disaster.
That he wants to do, come Donald Trump's approval or not. And part of that is saving his own political ass. And part of that is he realizes he's losing every bit of the opportunity to get rid of the number one target in his book, Iran.
Numbers guy.
Colonel, whatever happened to the greatest military on the planet, the leadership of which boasted was capable of fighting two all-out wars on opposite sides of the planet simultaneously and winning both?
I went through that drill with Colin Powell and with the Secretary of Defense and with a number of other people. When Les Aspin came in, that's when we put the near simultaneously on the two MRCs, major regional contingencies, and we modeled the MRCs after Iraq on the one hand and Korea on the other hand. And when we sat down and did the air bridge that was necessary for the transfer of forces from one theater after it was subdued to the other theater, we looked at ourselves and said, who are we kidding? We could use the entire civilian reserve air fleet and all of the military aircraft, and we could do this air bridge. So it was poppycock from the beginning. Two MRCs near simultaneously was bullshit.
Wow.
Why does it keep trying to get me to watch this video? Keeps trying to get me to watch all three of those. That News Nation video. Botcha. Not gonna happen. Botcha.
Palestinians are allowed in international humanitarian law to kill soldiers. So do you recognize this reality but just think it's not wise to pursue it, or did you know about this?
Well, I leave the international law for international law scholars.
Welcome back to the show, Representative Khanna.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be on.
Thank you. Yes, and I appreciate your time because we know how busy you are. And we have a lot to cover in the next 15 minutes. So we had the political earthquake this week in Michigan, the Democratic primary, the underreported attempts to more closely integrate U.S. and Israeli intelligence mid bombing campaigns against Iran, and still in Gaza post-ceasefire, along with your widely covered recent trip to the West Bank and the harassment and detaining that you face by Israeli settlers. So as the New York Times reported yesterday, there is a push to undertake, quote, a far more integrated defense and technology partnership built around legally mandated defense industrial cooperation between the two nations, speaking of Israel and the United States. Both the House and Senate have included such a proposal in the annual defense policy bill, laying the groundwork for melding, Freudian slip, U.S. and Israeli defense and intelligence capabilities in profound ways that some critics find alarming, end quote. You are one of those critics, Ro, I imagine. What should people know about the development, and what do you find alarming?
I was one of 3 people in the Armed Services Committee to oppose the Section 219. That would basically be an end run against the Leahy Law in foreign sales. You now basically are saying that Israel and America can
Roman
jointly
Empire
produce
shit.
all these weapons. So you don't even need Congress. Once there's a memorandum of understanding, if there's joint production, we are integrated with the Israeli military, and our elected officials lose the power to really change that. So we need to strip this out of the National Defense Authorization. When the American public wants us to do with less with Israel, only the United States Congress would say, let's do more. But this is a Netanyahu ruse to say, okay, we don't want the aid, but let's just have joint production on the weapons.
And what kind of increased integration is this? Because as many people have pointed out, they're already quite integrated. So what makes this new?
Well, this has a joint task force, links the commander on key technologies. Now, it starts out with a few $100 million, and some people are for it, say, oh, this is not saying that we're going to produce all the weapons, but it creates the framework, which then can be expanded on. And you could add almost every weapon system to it.
Right. Switching gears, although it's related, Michigan, obviously this was shocking to some people, disturbing to some people, but there was that primary election of Abdul al-Sayed, despite being outspent by some accounts 11-1 by AIPAC and related pro-Israeli dark money PAC. So is this a bellwether race? And what do you think it's signaling about where voters are going and how it is being received? And how
he bribed the president
in Washington,
obviously.
It's a historic race. It changes the face of American leadership. First, it's a Muslim American who has won a statewide race in a swing state. Let's not underestimate that. It's giving people of minority faiths, brown and black kids around America, the sense that they can do anything. And it's someone who won on an unabashedly progressive platform. No foreign wars, no aid to Israel.
Except for the Sharia
Medicare
part.
For all,
Vinny told me he was doing Sharia.
Billionaire wealth. And so this is showing that the progressives can win. I mean, the knock on progressives was always, oh, can you win in swing states? Well, yes, we can. And the energy of the party is with us.
Right. Now, do you think, by the way, on a related note, that AIPAC should be forced to register under FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act?
I do not. I don't take any money from AIPAC, and AIPAC has attacked me, I think, more than any member of Congress. But my view is that these are American citizens who are advocating for a viewpoint that I strongly disagree with. I don't take any money for them, obviously. I banter with them or parry their blows all the time. But I still would meet with people in my district who I know they're American citizens, they're hardworking, they don't vote for me. But if they reach out, that's their right. That's a democracy. And, I go everywhere and talk to anyone in the pursuit of practicing democracy.
Okay. You very bravely went on a fact-finding mission last month to the occupied West Bank, and you were stopped by Israeli settlers, and you were detained.
I'm certainly probably the first American politician who's been detained by the IDF and Israeli settlers. I mean, we were at a village that Israeli settlers had destroyed. They had destroyed the school. They had destroyed that village, and we were just looking at it. And these hoodlums come in with machine guns, an M4, an American-made machine gun, and they detain us. They block off the road. And then they call the IDF, and the IDF is on their side, not on the side of the Americans. 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding. It is the arrogance of power that has had no accountability, total impunity, and has created a toxic culture of oppression. What people in America are asking is, are you so
I don't know.
bought and sold by the establishment and political donors that you cannot see human
I don't know
injustice?
if Trump is doing the lizard
If you're unwilling
person
to speak up
bidding.
for Palestinian human rights, if you're unwilling to speak up against the genocide in
Unclear.
Gaza, the apartheid in the West Bank, then you are morally compromised. And we cannot trust you to fight for Medicare for all, or to fight for workers over the billionaires, or to fight for justice and human rights in the United States.
But around that same time, you did a very viral interview with Jeremy Scahill at Dropsite News.
Yeah.
And you maintain that Israel should still have access to U.S. weapons, though limited to defensive weapons. And again, this caught the attention of a lot of people. So
Right.
I want to know, do you maintain your position that Israel should have legal access to U.S. weapons after and while they're committing what you've called a genocide?
Well, what I said is zero aid, zero military sales that are weapons used to kill civilians. I'm a co-sponsor on the Stop the Bombs Act. I've supported all of Senator Sanders' amendments. But the question I was asked is, would you have a global arms embargo on Israel getting Iron Dome? And I said no, for two reasons. One, I don't think America should be enforcing it. Like, are we literally going to be stopping other countries from selling Israel Iron Dome? That's getting into a foreign entanglement. And secondly, there are Israeli lives there and American lives, 700,000 Americans, and I'm for protecting civilian life, whether that is Palestinian, whether it's Indian, whether it's Jordanian, whether it's Israeli. But what I have clearly said is that I'm opposed to any military sales to kill civilians, and I'm opposed to all aid.
But I mean, I understand the defensive nature in theory of the Iron Dome, but you know, given that you yourself have said that they are committing a genocide, isn't, like, if you use an analogy, like a guy who is stabbing people, walking down the street, stabbing people, if we give that guy a shield, even if it's defensive, like, we are now complicit in his criminality, right? So isn't that what we would be doing? Selling the guy a shield, to continue the analogy?
I believe that the Israeli government has committed a genocide, but that doesn't mean that the 700,000 Americans living there, or the Israeli civilians living there, including Israeli Arabs, should suffer death if their missiles launched there. And I also don't understand what the U.S. would do in terms of, like, would we want to have American warships basically trying to block any missiles from coming into Israel? I mean, I don't think we should be going into wars over this. I think we should be pushing for a peace process, and we should be recognizing a Palestinian state. We should be stopping our aid. We should, today, Yonah Levy was indicted. His group is the one who detained me. We should be calling for extremist settlers to be arrested, destroying outposts. There are a lot of things that we can do that would, in my view, have an immediate impact on Palestinian lives.
So speaking of Palestinian lives, another thing that was very controversial, or that you and Jeremy got into, was the right of Palestinians to self-defense and the right of Israel to self-defense. So obviously you see the Iron Dome, right, as a defensive measure. But, you know, what about the right of Palestinians to resist an occupying military?
Well, what I've said is we should recognize a Palestinian state and have a Palestinian state without Hamas, and recognize a Palestinian state, which in West Bank there isn't one. We'd have consular services, and then the Palestinian state would have the right of self-defense in accordance with international law, like any other state of the 193 countries we have. And that, to me, seems that Palestinians would have the same rights as Chinese, Indians, Americans. But what we first need to do is recognize a Palestinian state, which I think the next American president should.
So I hear that, but and I think, you know, I mean, I think one state is obviously the ultimate goal, but I know that some people think
how do
two
you
states
get that state,
to get
man?
there, and you may not think one state is the ultimate goal, but the thing is that a lot of people don't seem to recognize that, and you can judge this as good or bad morally, but in terms of like legality, so you have the UN General Assembly Resolution 3743 and other resolutions which affirms, quote, the legitimacy of the struggle of peoples for independence, territorial integrity, national unity, and liberation from colonial and foreign domination and foreign occupation by all available means, including armed struggle. Now, I want to point out, as long as they follow international humanitarian law. So, in other words, they can't, in the name of fighting that occupying power, kill civilians, right? But they are allowed in international humanitarian law to kill soldiers. So, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, do you recognize this reality, but just think it's not wise to pursue it, or did you know about this?
Well, I leave the international law for international law scholars. What I'm talking about is how we get to a just peace, and in my view, we should, the most effective resistance is nonviolent, and that's what a lot of Palestinians are engaged in. But the most impactful is for an American administration to recognize a Palestinian state, to stop the aid to Israel, to stop military cells killing civilians, and then that Palestinian state would have the right to engage in self-defense in accordance with international law. And that, to me, is really the directive of people who are leading the country here in America. I let the legal scholars figure out the international law.
And what about BDS, boycott, divest, and sanction? Because a lot of people say, okay, they're not allowed to do nonviolent. I mean, they're not allowed to engage in armed resistance, even if it is actually protected by international humanitarian law. So what do you think of BDS, the boycott, divest, sanction movement, which obviously is nonviolent?
Well, there should obviously be sanctions on the settlements, on government officials advocating for settlements, on the banking and construction that is financing those settlements. And those are all things that an American administration can do. I also believe that there should be clear protections of free speech. And so someone engaged in BDS shouldn't be deported, and they shouldn't be arrested. They shouldn't lose their jobs over their speech. And there should be protections for speech.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I guess I just don't get why you think that why Israel should have the right to respond to Hamas attacks, but Hamas doesn't have the right to respond to Israel's attacks.
Well, Hamas is a terrorist organization that massacred people on October 7th. And, I have would never ever justify what Hamas did. And I think they're not constructive to a Palestinian people. And I believe that what an American president should do is recognize a Palestinian state without Hamas and work towards giving Palestinians a voice. And that Palestinian state, I believe, would have the right to self-defense in accordance with international law. And I've called for the Netanyahu to be arrested along with Putin in terms of his violation of the ICC and committing a genocide in Gaza. So it's not like I give the Israeli government a pass for what they've done. I'm saying that they need to be arrested and held accountable under international law.
Right. I mean, I would say that, Hamas they've been accused of war crimes for sure, as has the Israeli government. And I don't defend any war crimes, but they have been the government of Gaza. Of course, no one pays attention to this. I'm not talking about you, but it's insane to me that they've said time and time again that they were willing to give up governing. It was actually Israel that didn't want them to do that. But I do think there's a double standard. We also don't arm Hamas, right? So that's the other issue, is that I think that our response to Israel and to Hamas should be different, given that we are arming one side and not the other. And we constantly talk about how they're our allies. So I think that, you and I obviously agree on certain things, disagree on other things, but I am grateful that you take the time to come on shows. And you are often credited with this, for coming on shows where you disagree. And when are you going to announce your presidential run?
This is pretty shit.
Well, we'll see. We'll make a decision after Thanksgiving. But you know what I
cancel Thanksgiving.
Often say is I say the same thing whether I go on a conservative podcast or a left podcast. I say what I believe. Now, sometimes I refine it. I change my mind, but I don't try to pander to the audience, and I think when people will say, not only do I go everywhere, but I am honest where I agree and where I disagree. And I think that's ultimately what's important is people get a sense of integrity and taking stands of what you believe, as opposed to trying to just put your finger in the wind and appeal to groups.
I'm voting for
What they want to
AOC.
hear.
Yeah. One more question. Do you think that Hamas has committed more war crimes though than the Israeli government?
I mean, I don't think there's some competition. I think that Israel has committed a genocide and that there should be held accountable, including Netanyahu. And I think Hamas is a terrorist organization that has committed atrocities.
Terrorist organization?
And not just October 7th, which is a terrorist attack, but other atrocities. And, you know,
what are these
they
atrocities?
should be held accountable and shouldn't have any role in the government of Palestine.
Well, thank you so much, Representative Khanna, for coming on, and hope you come back on to talk about more stuff.
There you go. That's from us, not Rokana. Ooh.
Okay, Norman Finkelstein, I want to play you a clip. This is from the Hamas spokesman, Ghazi Hamad, who came on Uncensored on Monday. Made a lot of news. Let's take a look.
Hamas as liberation organization, we never commit crimes. We never kill civilians. We try all the time to liberate our home from the
that's
occupation.
complete nonsense,
He's right.
Mr. Hamad.
No, that's true.
Sorry,
Facts.
sorry, I have
Facts.
to interrupt
Facts.
there. When you say you don't commit crimes and you don't kill innocent civilians, we all saw what happened on October the 7th
Yeah,
in 2023.
exactly, we did.
You had 3,000 members of your organization, Hamas, pour over the Israeli border
Yeah, they broke out of
and
the prison.
commit a series of despicable crimes in which you massacred innocent civilians
Did they, though?
all over Israel.
Did they,
You
though?
then captured over 250 including Holocaust survivors and a baby. So the idea you've not committed crimes
oh my God.
is ridiculous.
No.
That was the
I
idea.
think 100%, I'm confident that 100%. We never commit crimes against civilians. Maybe some mistake happened, but it is not the policy of Hamas. It is not the recommendation.
Well, there weren't mistakes. You gunned down innocent people.
Mistakes. Yeah.
And Norman, I mean, it is plainly ridiculous for the Hamas spokesman to try and pretend
Norm
they
agrees
didn't
with
commit
him.
any crimes on October the 7th. I presume you would agree that's ridiculous.
No.
Yes,
He said it's like Nat Turner.
on several occasions, and here I'll echo your previous speaker, Montier, I guess his name is. Is that correct, his name? I don't want to mispronounce it.
Munter, yeah. I'm not sure quite how the
previous-
local pronunciation is, yeah.
Yeah. He said, when you quoted him from his sermon right after October 7th, he said he wasn't aware of the magnitude of what happened on October 7th. And as you know, I have said the same thing. But once it was clear
Most of them
the
were
magnitude
Israeli.
of what happened,
They
it was
fucking
clear
tank
that
bombed 'em.
crimes of a significant magnitude,
They
war
Hannibaled them.
crimes. I know some human rights organizations will also say crimes against humanity.
No, they got
So
Hannibaled.
crimes of a significant magnitude occurred on October 7th. So there's, as far as I could tell, no disagreement between us. I would say, however, some of the claims that were made about October 7th, for example, that Hamas had weaponized rape and sexual violence, I don't believe those claims have been borne out by the available evidence. If you allow me, Mr. Morris, you'll have your turn.
They weaponized rape.
You'll have your turn, Mr. Morris.
But
Allow me to have mine.
Why are you lying?
Why
are you lying?
Okay, Mr. Pierce, you'll have to decide how to litigate at this point. Allow me my time. He will have his time. So as I said, there were
Okay,
crimes
that's fair
of a
enough.
significant magnitude. Okay, thank you so much. So on that point, there's no disagreement. The two issues, as I see it, between us, if you allow me, and you can, of course, disagree with me because I'm interpreting you. The two issues between us are, number one, the allocation of moral responsibility. I have said repeatedly that I refuse to condemn Hamas in the same way as my own country's abolitionists, those who oppose slavery, they refuse to condemn the largest and bloodiest slave rebellion led by Nat Turner. On the contrary, they said, speaking to white society, they said, we warned you, we warned you, we warned you. If you treat people this way, if you dehumanize them, if you exploit them, if you kill them, don't be surprised if at some point there will be a bloody, and they acknowledged, ugly slave rebellion. That is also my position on Gaza. That's number one. The second place where I believe we disagree, and here I consider
Way
it
too
a
nice for the
significant
current times.
disagreement.
I
Just
mean,
as
the same
first
thing
one is
though.
significant,
He's like
where we secondly disagree is
saves
on
his
your
ventum for
terminology.
internecine.
You describe what
Yeah.
Israel has done as being disproportionate. You describe what Israel has done as being over the top. Those are your expressions. But in fact, what Israel has done is very proportionate. It's proportionate to its goal.
He got on my nerves
Its
talking about
goal
9/11
is
on his
to
stream the
achieve
other day.
ethnic cleansing by use of genocidal means. If that's your means,
He admits he doesn't know what he's
then
talking about, and
what
then
Israel
proceeds
has
to state an opinion.
executed is proportionate. It's not over the top. It would be over the top or disproportionate if it were a war, if you were trying to inflict a military defeat on the opposing army. But that's not what's happening in Gaza. That's not what's happened since October 8th. The Prime Minister was very straightforward.
There's no innocence in Gaza.
Remember Amalek. Kill every man, woman, child, and other things. Or President Herzog, there are no civilians in Gaza. Or Defense Minister Gallant, we're going to prohibit all food, fuel, water, and electricity.
That's
from
all of
entering
them.
Gaza.
All of them.
That's a formula.
That's all of them.
That's a formula for genocide.
Okay.
Now,
okay, let me ask you, Norman. Norman, let me ask you.
Last word.
Okay, but
Yeah.
Norman,
Excuse me.
I want to ask you one last thing too. I just want to ask you, it struck me listening to Benny Morris, who will respond in a moment. It struck me in his first response to you that he must have said a number of things in his response which you would, if you were being fair-minded, agree with. So what did you agree with him about in terms of his overview?
Well, here's the problem. Benny Morris, I'm speaking to him not as somebody who knows him
I
personally.
mean, we know
though
that
we've
like
met.
all those fucking cars
Benny
got
Morris wears many
burnt.
hats.
They didn't
He
have any
wears
weapons
one
that could
hat
burn cars.
when he's speaking in Israel or in some of his writings. But when he's speaking to a Western audience, like your program, he likes to appear to be humane, even a little bit impish, a little bit cherubic. He has a little
Maybe,
smile.
like maybe Hamas had shot all those people in the cars, and then Israel came along and burned the evidence. You know, like, they did not have the capability to do that kind of damage to those type. If it was like one or two cars or something, we saw footage. It was just like, as far as the eye could see, cars just completely, the top half of them burnt to a crisp. That's like the helicopters shooting them with fucking, you know, whatever gnarly, you know, air-to-ground weapons they have.
And a laugh. So he is a moving target. I have asked him on several occasions. I have written more than 50 pages because I've read everything you've ever written multiple times. Just answer me in print. If I am misapprehending you, just what any scholar does, you reply. He says he will answer me. Right now, he'll probably say, oh, of course I'll answer Finkelstein, but he never will. So finally, You have to pull down the facade and expose somebody who on all political and ideological issues is indistinguishable from Daniela Weiss.
Okay. Benny Morris,
got him.
Respond on the wider point in a moment, but first of all, let's talk about this issue of whether Hamas weaponized rape and sexual abuse. Earlier this year, an independent Israeli investigation published details of systematic, widespread sexual violence by Hamas on October the 7th. The Civil Commission's Silence No More report says in addition to interviews with survivors, it has more than 10,000 photographs and videos filmed by attackers. I have seen other reporting by people like Christina Lamb.
I mean, that's what
the Sunday
Piers does,
Times in the
though.
UK, who is
He changes
one of
the
best
subject when he
journalists, I would
can't
argue,
possibly
in the
dispute
world,
it.
and certainly not partisan in any sense, reporting extensively on the weaponization of rape and sexual assault by Hamas. And yet there are people like Norman Finkelstein who are adamant it never happened. What do you say to that?
Well, as I said, it's nonsense like most of what Finkelstein talks and says. As you say, there were witnesses who ended up alive and saw rapes. There were lots of
no victims,
women who were raped and murdered and looked like they'd been raped and murdered. And there were also rapes, incidentally, of Israeli hostages, women hostages.
No, there weren't.
And I
No,
think
there
at least
weren't,
of one
man.
case of a male hostage raped by their Hamas captors while they were held in Gaza after October 7th. So I think this is pure nonsense. I noticed that Finkelstein said that he doesn't condemn the Hamas attack on Israel because it came after a lot of Israeli oppression of the Palestinians over the years. And incidentally, that's a point I have made myself, that the Israeli occupation since 1967, and if you like, what happened in 1948, in some way explains how the Hamas did what it did on October 7th. But this doesn't justify what happened, as Finkelstein was saying, and as this priest was trying to say, who incidentally, you asked him to condemn the Hamas invasion of October 7th, and he said, I don't condone it. He didn't say, I condemn it. He didn't say what you asked him to say.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that. But
I did,
yeah. Well, that's what happened. He didn't actually condemn it. But look, Finkelstein's take is ridiculous. I don't want to get into a academic dialogue with him. I've written what I believe is true of the history, and I've also written journalistic pieces regarding various things. The use of the word genocidal may go down well with a left-leaning or delusioned Western academics, but that's not what happened in the Gaza Strip. There was a war there. Hamas took the first stage, started the war, launched the war, and Israel struck back. You can say that Israel may have struck back disproportionately. That's a question which is up to, I don't know who, to decide whether it's disproportionate or not. But the Israeli counteroffensive wasn't against the population of Gaza, it was against the Hamas. The Hamas was embedded among the people there, in the houses, in the residential buildings, in underground tunnels, under hospitals, under mosques, inside mosques, etc. And for the Israeli troops and the Air Force to get at the Hamas fighters, they ended up collaterally killing the people among whom they were embedded, who incidentally supported the Hamas, who are their children and brothers and fathers, etc. They're not divorced from the general Gaza population. This is an idealized version of what goes on in the Gaza Strip. But in any case, there was a war. Israel killed tens of thousands of people in its counteroffensive, but told most of the civilians in most places, get out of this district, that district, the next district, and even individual houses called people up in their homes and said, we're about to attack this house because it contains Hamas positions or Hamas personnel. You have an hour to get out of here, we're bombing it. And they told people to leave. This isn't what people do in a genocide. Genocidaires, what they do is they actually round up people and massacre them. Israelis didn't massacre anybody, didn't line up people on the wall.
Every defense he uses here is like some anecdote, some random instance.
And a lot of people were killed in this process because the Hamas, as I said, hid among them. The word genocide is an absurdity. I've actually studied genocide, the genocide by the Muslims. Let me add one sentence. I've actually studied thoroughly one genocide, not the Holocaust.
Everybody else is wrong except me.
The Turkish Muslims of the Christians in Turkey over the years 1894, 1924. I know exactly
in the
what
first
a genocide
126
looks like.
days.
You kill the men, you drive out the women, you kill the women, you rape the women, and you eventually kill as many people as you can. This isn't what happened.
Why
in the
are you guys so
Gaza Strip.
obsessed with rapes?
Okay, Danny,
Pretty interesting, huh?
Off the back of my interview with the Hamas spokesman.
May I respond?
Let me just ask.
Wonder what his Instagram feed looks like.
You can, but Norman, I also just want to conclude the debate by looking slightly forward, because there is supposedly a deal that's been proposed by the Americans where Hamas have apparently agreed if the Israelis leave Gaza that they will demilitarize. Do you think that is remotely likely to happen?
Well, let's start with the basics. I usually start with international law. And you'll forgive me if it sounds pedantic, and as international law has become more and more marginalized, fewer and fewer people are believing in it, but I still believe in its basic precepts. In July 2025, the International Court of Justice, the supreme legal body in the world, ruled that Israel's occupation of Gaza, Israel's occupation of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza, are illegal under international law, and Israel has to leave as quickly, as rapidly as possible. That's the first precept for me, or foundation stone for me. The ICJ,
Hamas
the highest...
disarming? He asked you about Hamas disarming.
Sir, Mr. Morris, this is not
Mr.
the
Morricino. Mr. Morricino.
You have to carry on in a civilized fashion. Very difficult for you, but try. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Moratelli.
The bottom line is Israel has no title to any of Gaza. Number two, under international law, there is no prohibition on a people using armed force to expel an occupying power. There is no prohibition on that. Number three, it's odd that we should discuss Hamas having to disarm. Hamas committed a crime of significant magnitude on October 7th. Israel executed a genocide in Gaza, and it continues in its aim of trying to expel the entire population. So why is it that Hamas has to disarm itself, but Israel, the genocidal state, also the state that has breached the prime precept of international law by launching an aggression, a brazen, flagrant aggression, the most brazen, the most flagrant in the modern world against Iran? Why are we talking about Hamas having to disarm? But there's one last point, and this is the critical point. Yes, you've said enough.
You said enough.
The critical point.
You said enough, McGillicino.
Hamas is not armed. Piers, ask yourself a simple question. Gaza has been hermetically sealed for 3 years. How can it possibly have any ammunition at this point? This whole Hamas disarmament is a red herring so as to enable Israel to finish up the job it began on October 8th. And it has as its point man,
can I say something?
No, fuck you.
Nikolai Mladenov, who gives vomit a bad name.
Okay, Benny Morris, a final word to you.
Israel wants the Hamas disarmed because it doesn't want a repetition of what Hamas did on October 7th against Israel's civilian population in the south of the country. We don't
subscribe for more demon content.
We don't want Hamas to do exactly
Twitch's
the same
#1 demonologist.
If you want to talk about Iran, you should mention that the Iranian regime slaughtered 30 to 40,000 Muslims, Iranians, a few months ago.
Completely made up, Benny Morris. Yeah, you went to war to defend the Iranian
Israel is
activists.
afraid that the Iranians are trying to get atomic weaponry, and they have said they want to destroy Israel and will use that weaponry to destroy Israel. And that's why Israel has launched its attacks against Iran last year and this year. And that's why America joined them, incidentally, because Trump, whatever his shortcomings, understands that atomic weaponry in the hands of fanatic Islamists in Tehran are a danger not just to Israel, but to the Middle East and perhaps the world itself.
I agree
Okay,
on that point.
I'm going to leave it there. Thank
You
you.
are the most fanatical. You are the most fanatical regime on the planet. It's not even close. I mean, I guess it's close. Trump is right behind you, but I mean, other than you two sickos, other than you two sick fucks.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here with breaking news. A
Is he talking about-
220P McNaught has dramatically expanded in size
Really?
and brightness after its second outburst now in the span of about 2 months.
Wow.
So this really started up on August 5th, but reached a peak apparent magnitude of 6.5 today, August 7th, and its prior outburst was back on June 3rd. Now this is a short period Jupiter family comet, so its orbit is about 5.5 years in length, and its perihelion was in June. It was the 14th of June.
Yeah, I mean, they've been upfront honest with everybody. Hey,
outside the orbit of Mars.
look at that.
And while there's some really interesting energetic connections that can be drawn with these outbursts of
Hell yeah, Ron. Look at that.
what's happening right now.
18 subscribe.
Not only
No longer watching commercials.
along the ecliptic plane and near
No longer potentially caught up in the debunker. You know. What did Benny Moore say? Overreach. The debunker, the planned debunker culling. Danny Anonymously, Rocky, Notchmansky, Zy Rose, We Care a Lot, Please, Crisp the Albino, Game Design Workshop, Petals, Ivan Having a Good Time, Louis774, Path Test, Jonesy Dude, Overkill, Sticky Candy, Lando, Addercop, and Zendo XOXO. No more commercials, no more debunker misidentifications. Let's get teasy. So, take defense of the unelectable airwaves. Okay. First they came for the crank communists. And y'all sold me out. LOSE, y'all. You see my TikTok?
So for you, you could agree with them 90%, but Israel is the red line.
Absolutely, Israel for me. Like I can't ever turn my back to Israel after where it's at.
So, and I mean no disrespect on this, but that is not our country.
That's a hilarious
You're saying
other
that
country.
these candidates may have great ideas for our economy. They may want to do the exact same thing you want to do in terms of getting money out of politics. They may want to increase the social safety net. They may want to change the balance of power from capital back to labor. But if they don't agree with you on Israel, you don't want them in your party.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing.
That's what James Carville said.
No, I'm referencing what you just said.
Name
So
one.
in other words, Syed or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I assume you agree with a lot of what they say economically.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a
Can you just
specific
answer the
political
question?
party, run under your own banner. And now, I think Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said, you know, the DSA are colonizing the Democratic Party.
Colonizing.
So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the
colonizing.
Democratic Party for that. Why have a DSA party for overall? So run on that, and you all understand.
It's just an organization. It's not, we have a two-party system. We don't It's like the Freedom Caucus
Plank.
in the Republican
Look at
Party.
that.
There are, there's Randy Fine
Neosporin
and
for
Ogles
free.
and all these nutbags
Dude,
that are also
he
part
loves
of
those nutbags.
an
They're his
area, and
favorites.
Republicans, I'm sure,
Yeah.
may not agree with all of them on all kinds of things. But there
Dude, we're
is
already
no
at
other
level 5 now.
party. I guess you could
Hey.
try it, but my point is, if you
1.3K
don't disagree
bits
with
or
them on a
3
lot of
subs
things,
to complete
why not
level
use some
5?
of that energy? And even like,
Because he doesn't.
Mamdani
The
in
other
New
stuff
York
is bullshit
is
too.
DSA, but there are things in the DSA platform that he disagrees with.
Watch. Look.
احمد محسن من مكة يا احمد يا محسن
It went pretty well. Yeah, that clip hit pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, that's the flashing lights. I used this again last night. I put that on the screen. Nice. I mean, we don't have like, they're not like regular political parties.
So for
they're
you,
just
you can agree with
organizations.
them 90%, but Israel comes to Israel, which is not America. It seems like a weird line to draw.
Well, so then what's I don't think that's weird. I think what history demonstrates is that when people or a government or people turn their back to the Jewish community, things end really badly, and it's a dangerous.
Jewish community and Israel are not the same thing, brother man. They're not. That is not the same thing.
No. It's like, hey, it's like if I have to pick a side for after 10/7 and after Iran. I'm always going to stand with Israel. I'm always going to vote and support whatever that's necessary to protect themselves and to prosecute Hamas. Hezbollah.
So for you, you could agree with them 90%, but
hey, brother,
Israel
man.
is the red line.
Hey,
absolutely.
Hey, brother, man. Look at all those squids. Those are fake. This is fake.
So both places have a right to exist, because I hear people that are anti-Israel, they'll say Israel doesn't have a right to exist.
Fuck
I think
Israel.
Israel in its current formation,
Israel.
given that it's a settler colonial operation that's seeking out the expulsion or complete extermination of the indigenous population, as an apartheid state, does not have a right to exist. It's like, for me, it's like saying, does Nazi Germany have a right to exist? Or does apartheid South Africa have a right to exist? Does Rhodesia have a right to exist? No, of course not. People have a right to exist. People do exist. Israel currently exists. It's just a matter of, are they following international humanitarian laws? And they certainly are not. And I want to change that.
So is it like saying MAGA doesn't have a right to exist? Like in our current
like a
administration?
movement, exactly. Like that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean kill all Republicans or whatever, right? I mean, I'm sure that's how people would present it as. I mean, this is a trick that every political movement deploys, right? You say Black Lives Matter, they turn around and say, oh, how about all lives matter? You're saying Black Lives Matter, which means you're saying white lives don't matter. It's like, no, that's a whole different sentence. So does Israel have a right to exist? Deployment as a statement, as a question, is a technique to shift the conversation away from Israel's crimes against the Palestinians to make it seem like the opposition is actually being
Look at this
crazy.
guy. Look at that
They
cool
want, like, all
emote.
Jews to be
Yeah, there's an
exterminated, all
ostrich.
Israelis to be exterminated,
Or an
which is not
emu.
the case.
Yeah.
So
hell
both
yeah.
places have a right to exist because I hear people that are anti-Israel, they'll say Israel doesn't help.
Strictly speaking, our eyes do not receive a ready-made 3D picture. A flat 2D image.
There's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted.
Blaming the victims for the violence feels like
Who's this guy?
an abusive relationship. Reveals the identity of the ICE agent responsible for the main murder this week. The agent's name is David Brouillard.
I'm not about this.
Several
2.9 million
relatives and hundreds
likes.
of family court records obtained from the Augusta District Clerk's office detail years of unspeakable physical abuse to his daughters and ex-wives, and verbal abuse threatening that his ex and her girls in her bloodline should die. One such voicemail was a 3-minute diatribe where Brouillard ranted, quote,
You stay away from my daughter.
Okay, I can respect that, but how about your wife?
You're messing with the wrong guy.
You mean like I got the right one? Are you confused?
You need to back off.
Tell me, what is it you're gonna do?
I'm about to knock you the f out is what I'm about to
Yeah,
do.
why is that?
What
You
is
take
this?
self-defense classes and practice in slow motion.
What is this? See, this is why I don't watch TikTok, man.
Pulling it in space.
Dude, this fucking debunker bullshit. Oh my god. No more. See? No good.
Since perihelion, from the first outburst to now the second one in August, it was also embedded within
I don't know,
the
it's always
solar wind
sucked in my
Harper
opinion.
spiral that connects the sun
I think what happened
to
was,
Jupiter.
I think they made their algorithm more right wing before they got sold, like trying to impress America. Like, oh, see, you don't have to take us over. Look how right wing we are. And then after they bought it, then Larry Ellison made it more right wing again. So now it's like really right wing. Not even that it's really right wing. It's just there is like no left wing content. Like, at least I don't really encounter a whole lot of it. It doesn't really get a lot of fucking play. And I see my friends' stuff and all, right? Like other streamers I know, but like I don't see, like on Instagram and Twitter or whatever. They'll just like random fucking people with good takes get a lot of traction.
Now it's 1.5 times the size of Jupiter with its
I mean,
coma. The
no,
nucleus, of course,
not the right
has
wing
remained
of a
the same
bird.
size. There was this big ejection
It's
of gas
people
and dust
defending
from deep
capitalism
within the nucleus, clearly
and
being
imperialism.
close to the sun, heated up
White
quite
supremacy,
dramatically. Its perihelion again, 1.6 astronomical units. Its aphelion is a little bit further than that at 4.6.
The two-party system is two wings of the same bird, Democrats and Republicans, right? Both defending fucking, hegemonic capitalism. But that's not, on a global scale, it's not like, that's not the contest online. What?
6.7 astronomical units. So it's as
Why does everything need an app or an account now? Like, I swear you can do anything.
Yeah,
You
this
can
sucks,
find
dude.
a company, your email, a
Yeah.
password, and then signing up to receive 12 promotional texts for
Yeah.
literally the rest of your life.
See?
For example, sometimes I just want to look at a restaurant's menu, and you can't do that anymore. You have to sign in, you have to pretend to order. It's like, I don't want a long-term relationship with a restaurant. I just want to see if they have mozzarella sticks. I don't have to put in my location,
Yeah.
put in my zip
Yeah.
code, put in my
I
phone
agree
number,
with this.
and all these other things just to see how much a Diet Coke costs.
Mhm.
Same goes for if you want a ticket now, whether it be for the movies
Alright, you gotta
or
watch
for
the
a
whole
concert,
thing?
you have to sign up for
You
an
get
app.
credit for
You have
this?
to download a separate app just to be able to get to the parking garage. You have to do all these things literally
I
just
like
to
the
get a ticket
parking
that you
app,
already paid
though.
for. Like, why am I signing up for an app and promotional content? And then all of a sudden, months later, you
This
have
is like
40 different
Dennis
apps that
Leary.
you're never going to use again. You have one for a
Yeah.
certain hotel.
Yeah,
you have
for
one for the parking
tickets,
meter that you
for
had to use once,
shows.
You have one for the tickets that you downloaded.
Yeah.
And all these companies act like their app is going to be part of my daily routine for the rest of my life. Like, it's not. I just wanted a sandwich. Let's bring back websites that allow you to just look at things. Like, I don't need a personalized online experience
Mhm.
for everything. Not everything needs an account
Yeah,
or an
dude.
app. And I strongly believe that. And it's just insane right now. I need you to back me up
Mhm.
here, or am I just crazy? Why does everything need an app or
Yeah,
an account
dog.
now?
I
Like,
agree. Fucking apps, man.
solar system outside of the sun, there's already a natural flow of this relativistic energy down the magnetic field lines to Jupiter. It intersected comet C220P McNaught, and that is very likely to have awakened it,
Wow.
caused this outburst of gas.
Was some
dust,
weird
and then
layer?
expanded dramatically in size into this complex, dusty plasma coma.
Wow.
1.5 times the size of Jupiter, and today,
Damn.
right now, it's at its brightest at an apparent magnitude of about 6.5. At its dimmest, its apparent magnitude is around
Can we see it?
17.9. So if you go from its absolute dimmest to where it is right now, that is a 36,000 times increase in brightness. So this is a big celestial event that's occurring right now in our cosmic backyard, and let's get right into it. Here we see this comet in exquisite detail with the photo taken by Jarl Raymond and Michael Yeager today, August 7th, and we see here its dust tail stretching out. And we see
I mean, I'm pretty sure the sun's up there,
bright
dude.
green color due to diatomic carbons, that's C2, but there's other carbon that's here as well, CO, CN, but C2 is definitely enhanced from some of these spectroscopic measurements that have been taken. And this is about 4.25 arc minutes across. So that equates to, again, about 235,000 kilometers across. The diameter of Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system by far, is 143,000 kilometers across.
LED lights and 100-meter compost column making geothermal heat potential. I mean, that sounds plausible.
To the moon at its closest is about 356,000 kilometers across. So this is a big object now in the solar system. Of course, though, the nucleus itself is very tiny. Maybe it's a kilometer across, 2 kilometers across, probably not even that big. But this coma is quite large. Now, traditionally, a lot of people talk about the coma just as being composed of gas and dust. But the thing is, the moment you have gas and dust in space, some of it becomes plasma. It gets ionized because you have sunlight going out, and this is not just non-ionizing light,
plasma
but
is
this is also
just,
ionizing light. So
you know,
ultraviolet,
they need to
extreme
live.
ultraviolet, X-ray. And so inevitably, some of that gas ionizes and you get a weak plasma. Also, the dust grains that are in space, they also take on a charge, and that can be about 1 to 10 volts. Well, what happens is the moment you have a
This guy's videos are usually like, it's coming.
the electromagnetic force greatly takes over, and it can now interact with the solar wind and other streams. Right there, there's the Earth. We see that at this moment in time, the Parker spiral that connects the Sun to Jupiter is flowing out like this, effectively in between Earth and Mars. Okay, now this is for the beginning of August, all right? But again, you see that Parker spiral goes out like this, and in general, for the Parker spiral for Jupiter, if you have it connected here, it's also going to be outside the orbit of Mars on the opposite side. See that? Here's the orbit of Mars. See that circle right there? That's the orbit of Mars. So if you want to get exactly in opposition to Jupiter for that Parker spiral, you go outside the orbit of Mars. Now, why am I showing you that? Well, here we have our orbit for this comet, and this is set for today. And so we can line this up, and we will notice.
Nice. Welcome in, Hippo.
That here is Jupiter.
Right, good luck.
Okay, I can maybe even get that a little better right here.
What did you time
Here
him
is
out
Jupiter.
for?
There's the sun. So again, this is going out like this.
He
Here's
did what we
the
told him
orbit
to.
Of Mars, roughly in opposition, and then it's going to flow out like that. So the Parker spiral of the solar wind is going to go in like this and then connect into the sun. If we
What
go
did he say?
back to June, and this is the 3rd of June right here, right? You see that Jupiter hasn't moved really all that much. So again, that Parker spiral is going to go out and like this, and then just outside the orbit of Mars.
Whatever. Parker spiral.
Overall, it's a very likable album. It's kind of scatterbrained, but still, I would take this thing over that any day. So I'm feeling a strong 6 to a light 7 on this. Honestly, there are moments when I listen to this album, especially with the vocals, that I feel like the Strokes are just kind of screwing around a little bit. I'm kind of feeling a strong 4 to a light 5 on this LP. I'm going to be leaving this EP with a strong 2 to a light 3, along with it being, in my opinion, one of the
Where is it? Oh. Wow, look at that big bastard. It'd be cool if we had a bunch of stars like that close, huh? Wow, that would be cool. Homunculus Nebula. Eskimo Nebula. Sun-like star shed its outer layers. A bright white dwarf sits at the heart of this nebula. Ooh. That's like a neutron star, right? A nebula was formed 1,500 years ago. Ghost of Jupiter, 0.8 light-year radius. Wow. It would stretch a third of the way to Earth if it replaced the nearest star. Wow. Dumbbell Nebula, first planetary nebula to be discovered. Butterfly Nebula, the fastest expanding nebulae, growing thousands of miles every minute. Wow. The Helix Nebula, 4.2 light years away. It's just that big. Wow. You would be inside of it. Wow. Mm. Sci-fi weapons ranked. I mean, so there was a Trump's new fucking thing. Oh wow. So this is the Corbell one? This is a different one. Oh. Hmm. I wish they would contextualize this for us. I think this is the same one they have the radar data before that was previously released. Yeah, they just fucking show up. There's like 50 of them. We've seen the radars for this, or a sighting very much like this. Hmm. I don't know. I'm not sure what the point would be for another country to do this, like, especially not over and over again. You know? Oh, we really freaked him out. He did the same thing over and over again and then never took credit for it. Or used it to get policy concessions or accomplish any kind of strategic goal. We just thought it'd be funny to like fuck with them. Yeah, exactly. They never do anything about it. That's what the thing is. Like, this happens like every 20 years or so or whatever. People's concerns boil over and the government pretends to like do something about it, and then they create Project Blue Book or Arrow or whatever it is, the Roswell final report, as a way to like calm people down. But it's a persistent phenomenon that's like the same as it was in the 50s, in the 40s. It does the same shit, has the same type of encounters. It's definitely a real thing. If they know what it is, they're not telling us. It's like, if it was ours, I think that they would not let stuff like this get out, is this like, if you are a Navy sailor and you see something you're not supposed to see, they make you sign an NDA and you never talk about it. Like if you see like a classified aircraft, they say, oh, here, sign this document. Don't tell anybody you saw it. This stuff, it's like nothing of the sort. I'm not sure what this is though. They strip all the sensor data out of it so we can't make sense of it. I mean, I think this is a sailor filming this from the deck of a submarine, right? Or maybe like some sort of Navy ship. That's because I think that's the same one from the Corbell night. We have the radar data from. Remember the guy filming the screen? And the FLIR camera footage. Yeah, so that's the same event. Now we have the cell phone video, the radar data, and the FLIR camera, and the witness testimonies, all for that same case. Oh yeah, I remember this song. Alright, maybe this is a solid 7. Grush gave them the confidence to come forward. Yeah, it's true. This guy too. Do I already subscribe to this guy? Yeah. Yeah, we were just watching Stephen Burns, man. Where were you?
Смотрите. Где он? Это чё? Это просто что за нахрен? Чё вам опять да? Посмотрите внимательно. Просто что это?
Нет.
Good morning, alien enthusiasts.
Нет.
It's the Angry Astronaut, and
That's
you
like
know
cloud.
and I know that this absolutely has to be fake, right? Anything that looks this good and also a UFO that is this colossal over the mountains must absolutely
36
be fake.
kilometers.
But what if it isn't? Our assumption is that any UAP footage
everybody
that we
knows
have
that
has to be grainy looking
Custer died at Little
garbage,
Bighorn.
or
But what this
something that
book
was created
presupposes
by
is-
CGI or AI. Otherwise,
What if he
the
didn't?
footage simply cannot exist. There's no such thing as high quality UFO footage.
No, there's
At
tons
least
of it.
not legitimate stuff, right? Well, here's my problem. In order for UFOs to be a real thing, a real phenomena, there must
like a
be
balloon.
high quality footage somewhere. Some of this stuff has to be legitimate. If every bit of the high quality footage is fake or some sort of mundane object, then the entire discipline is a waste of time. UFOs can't be real if all of this is fake. So what we're looking for today is high quality footage that at least artificial intelligence is telling us might be real. Something that doesn't have the hallmarks of CGI or AI trickery. Something that might actually be legitimate high quality footage. And we're going to delve into all of this in great detail right now.
There's just not as much incentive to hoax as you might think. You can't even really
For
take credit
decades,
for it because people
especially
just get
since the
angry
late
at you.
1980s, thousands of credible witnesses have reported the same thing.
There's really no
Massive,
reason
dark,
to.
triangular craft, often the size of a football field or bigger.
Unless you're just trying to
This
muddy the
particular
waters.
Footage obviously isn't an enormous triangular craft, but at the same time, it bears a lot of similarity to other objects that have been spotted in the air, particularly over Colombia. A lot of Colombian sightings, especially from aircraft, have involved small-scale UAPs passing by, after which the pilot takes a quick reading of their altitude, of atmospheric conditions, etc., in order to give as clear of an account as possible.
Wow.
But this particular
No, that one's
footage
definitely
is
real.
very much in keeping with what we usually see with these triangular craft. 3 bright lights at the corners, sometimes a red or pulsing light in the center. It hovers silently, drifts slowly at low altitude, blocks out the stars, and then accelerates like nothing human-made should be able to do, although we don't see that with this particular footage. No sonic boom, no engine noise, nothing. The Belgian wave of 1989 through 1990 remains one of the strongest cases, with hundreds of reports in a single night, police officers getting lit up by beams, Belgian F-16s getting radar locks, the object jumping from under 300 miles an hour to over 1,000 miles an hour in seconds, all of this being confirmed by radar and by the Belgian Air Force. Now, a famous photo made of one of these objects turned out to be a hoax, but the radar and the
muddy
multi-witness
the waters.
accounts did not. In the year 2000, police apparently chased an object like this in southern Illinois with
Yeah.
multiple
was a
jurisdictions
famous case.
tracking the same silent black triangle and reporting it on radio, and dozens of military and pilot encounters have been made over the years. Researcher David Marler has looked at over 17 1,000 triangle reports. The consistency is ridiculous.
Yeah, LL Cool J badge.
Lights, silence.
All you gotta
hover,
do is donate a
blast
single
off
bit.
Performance, but we also need to talk about the explanations. Some may be secret military tech. There are rumors of something called the TR-3A or TR-3B, Black Project.
Yeah, see, this guy doesn't even know what he's talking
maybe
about.
Advanced propulsion we're not supposed to know about. Some are drones looking triangular through night vision. Some are misidentifications of B-2s or formations. And the UK's Project Condign even tried to wave it away as something called buoyant plasmas. But when you stack the best cases, radar, multiple trained observers, performance that would kill any human pilot, the just our stuff answer starts looking thin. And it's all balloons and birds answer is frankly insulting. But sadly, as compelling as this footage is, this is an example
That
of
one's
a
fake.
well-crafted fake. It is very good CGI, but you can pick up the details of it simply by looking at how the road appears. You get the same road features appearing over and over again, kind of like you do with a game engine. This was allegedly created on the Unreal game engine a few years ago. Regrettably, the people who supposedly admitted to creating this footage had their posts deleted subsequently, so there isn't much online to confirm that this is a CGI creation, but it almost certainly is. That said, however, this one absolutely is not, or at least according to Grok, it has none of the hallmarks of an AI or CGI creation. Whatever this is, it is a hovering black triangle model just hanging there, but it would have to be a tethered balloon because the wind would certainly carry it away otherwise. Quite intriguing, I must say. Quite
Dude, stop doing that.
As most of us know, orbs and spheres are the most common UAP shape in recent Pentagon data, and Latin America is frankly swimming in them. This particular footage is captured from this region. Start with Mexico, 2004. Mexican Air Force C-26 is on anti-drug patrol over Campeche. Infrared cameras lock onto 11 glowing orbs flying in formation at about 11,500 feet, but radar sees only 3. The objects appear to surround the plane and then vanish when the crew tries to close in. The Defense Ministry releases the footage. The pilots say on tape, "We are not alone." Skeptics are screaming that these are oil flares, but the military says that the video is real. Fast forward to right now. Metallic silver spheres have been spotted over Monterrey, Tampico, Quito, Colombia, hovering low, silent, and moving against the wind. Multiple cities, multiple cameras, and the same description. Seamless metal, no propulsion, sometimes rising straight up. But I'm not going to talk about the Buga sphere anymore because it was just drilled into recently, and a lot of very conventional, very human-looking instrumentation was seen when a camera was inserted inside the sphere. I never really thought that those things were legitimate, and now we seem to have absolute proof. However, this thing, it's quite
This guy's a
interesting.
fucking
Again,
moron.
maybe just some sort of...
It's just like, you don't like declare things like that when you're not certain about it. The first one, is not true. This was a later spear that was drilled into that looked pretty fucking bogus inside.
of gray balloon, but hovering just over the
other one's the one with all the
skyscraper
fiber
like
optics
this,
and shit.
any sort of high-rise building usually has some pretty intense wind effects around it. The atmospherics are very unusual, and to have something like this just kind of hover around the building without being affected by winds, it must have been a really, really still day. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just saying that this is a pretty compelling sphere. And as far as Arrow is concerned, when morphology is reported, orbs and spheres dominate 25 to 40% of cases. Here's some examples. Federal agents near a sensitive national security site watching orange mother orbs launch smaller red orbs multiple times. Multiple teams, roughly 40% of these are still unexplained after radar and flight log checks. And then in the northeastern United States, red spheres with a bright plasma sun core the size of a basketball, sometimes appearing tethered, moving silently. Infrared from military platforms, black spheres, pulsing spheres over water, orbs near ships and submarines executing rapid direction changes, helicopter crews chasing a super hot orb that splits into two and then accelerates under night vision. And then, of course, this interesting orb that seems to trace a course across the sky under observation from a U.S. shuttle mission, and then it just reverses course. 99% of the time, I dismiss these things as being ice crystals, but I don't know about this particular case. It could be that gas from the RCS thrusters on the shuttle would make a crystal reverse course, but then that should apply to everything. And then there's this orb. Even though it's not particularly spectacular to start off with, what it does is quite amazing a little bit later on. The people filming this, by the way, are reacting with a lot of emotion.
What the hell is that? I've never seen nothing. This is the first time.
The thing just stops on a dime and reverses course. After that really cool looking flare, by the way, that sudden flash of light, sudden reversal of course, and then all of a sudden it just hovers there. If it were a drone, it should have been making quite a lot of noise. We should have been able to hear the damn thing. And then this one, not looking particularly unusual either until it disappears beneath the water. Again, according to AI analysis, none of these things are CGI or AI, although clever stuff can always fool anything. Now, according to AI, this is just a misidentified giant cloud. No, it doesn't think that it's CGI. It thinks that it's a cloud, even though clearly it isn't. And believe it or not, there are unexplained cases involving objects this huge, saucers this huge. November 17th, 1986, Japan Airlines cargo flight 1628, a Boeing 747 over Alaska. Captain Kenju Tarauchi and his crew track two small objects that close in, light up the cockpit, and radiate heat. Then a third appears, the mothership. Tarauchi describes it as twice the size of an aircraft carrier. The FAA and Air Force radar pick it up. The encounter lasts nearly an hour. Official explanations tried planets and stars, but the radar and the size obviously don't fit. 1996, Yukon Territory, Canada. More than 30 witnesses along a 134-mile stretch of highway watched a saucer-shaped object bigger than a football field. Triangulation later put it at least at half a mile across with silent, deliberate movement. January 1994, Air France Flight 3532 near Paris. Captain Jean-Charles Dubois and crew see a huge red-brown disc in broad daylight, estimated at around 1,000 feet across with a hazy edge. Trained observers, multiple witnesses, and high altitude are involved in this sighting. Other standouts, such as the 2000 Bonsall, UK claim of a nearly 3-mile wide pink and white disc. Plus, you have the classic 1950s pilot reports of discs hundreds of feet across, and the 1965 Exeter, New Hampshire case, a barn-sized dark object with red lights confirmed by police officers. And the stories go on. Latin America, Brazil, May 1952. Barra de Tijuca. A journalist and photographer capture a classic blue-gray saucer in daylight. The Brazilian military investigates and calls the photos genuine. By the way, this particular saucer footage, according to AI, this is not faked, or at least not obviously so. You're gonna see this craziness a couple of times. Look at that. Oh my God. Now they're gonna slow it down. They actually were kind enough to slow the footage down. Now, again, this absolutely looks like some sort of special effect, but then again, if we are talking about a craft that is making use of some sort of propulsion system that ionizes the air around it, and that provides sudden lift and acceleration, then what would it look like? Wouldn't it look exactly like this? I acknowledge this is probably a clever special effect, but still, wow. And what if it isn't? What if it's the one piece of footage that is actually genuine? And then this piece of footage that we're picking up from before, we have this greenish glow around the object. And once again, if we're talking about some kind of magneto-hydrodynamic propulsion system, something that would ionize the air around the object in order to provide lift and propulsion, it might actually appear very much like this. And not only that, an MHD drive works particularly well on a saucer-shaped object. I'm not making that up. It is absolutely true. Decades and decades after we started spotting these saucers in our skies, this type of propulsion became a theoretical reality.
I mean, we've been seeing craft like that for decades, and none of them are green usually. I mean, maybe.
Up there, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Look straight up, dude. Watch the spotlights. I'll tell you when to look. It shines back at you. Ha!
I like to like UFO content, so I get more of it.
So we've covered triangles, orbs, and classic saucers, and now...
I mean, I've long said this, though. It would be a good move for the Empire. Like, it's only going to get worse from them, you know? Like, yesterday was the best day. Tomorrow will be worse than today. You know, etc. It's only going to get worse. So it would be a smart move for them if they wanted to like kick the table over and try to like, you know, start over again or something. A large scale disclosure effort, I think, would be one of their smartest moves. Like, if you did the full Monty, like, here's a flying saucer, there's a fucking alien body over there, you could certainly change the story around Trump's failed presidency, you know? Not a whole lot else I can think of that would save his presidency. Unless he did, like, fucking communist thing, you know, unless he did, like, a reverse heel turn. You know? Like, I've decided that the means of production should be collectivized. And we need to, you know, landlords, I'm sorry, we've had a nice run, but it's time for us to go. I'm not gonna kill us or anything. I'm not a barbarian. I'm not like a sandpiker. But landlords, you're officially unemployed. If he did that, if he doesn't do that, or say I was wrong to challenge the Islamic Republic, they are legitimate and, powerful, very beautiful regime. Oh, I promised I wouldn't say regime anymore. If he's not going to eat crow like that, UFO reveal would be his best bet. I don't think they use oil, no. Oh, you mean if they could like retcon it to make it seem like they were using oil? I mean, I've never thought about that. Maybe.
Now, the weird stuff, the shapes that don't fit the catalog, cubes and spheres, jellyfish with tentacles, diamonds that burn, potatoes with fish scales. These are the outliers that make the phenomenon even harder to dismiss. Start with the Navy's cube in a sphere.
What do you mean? Yeah, well, that's the theory, is... they do not want to upset the apple cart because they get so rich off the oil, right? That's Stephen Greer's hypothesis. And Sheehan I think is more grounded, dialectical materialist, whether he calls it that or not. But he definitely understands, he understands more than anybody, I think, among very small contingent of people who understand the state criminality, this gangster mafia, we have jihadi militaries in every country around the world that we can just, activate at the drop of a hat. We have the world hostage. Sheehan understands that. He understands the national security state, all that, and he knows exactly where the NHI fit into it. Or at least better than most. He might not understand perfectly, but yeah, the people who run the empire make so much money off weapons and oil. Just think of how much money we subsidize the fossil fuel industries every year, just from our government, just from the USA government, Not even counting what, every other government gives them. Just from, it's trillions of dollars every year that we just give them for existing. And we're told that that's for, that lowers gas prices. No, it doesn't. That enriches fucking executives, oil company. And then there's the unofficial subsidy with our foreign policy. It's just ways to claim more fucking oil, oil futures for them. Just trillions of dollars and basically prospecting for oil for fucking American oil companies. And then on the other side of it too, it's all of our politicians are so cheap. You don't even need to cut them into the trillions of dollars you're making. You can pay these guys fucking $50K and they'll shut up their entire lives, I don't think it's that expensive to buy the silence of military industrial complex and politicians and whatnot. And it's mostly legalized anyway.
Year from 2014 to 2015.
And then it's also they'd be like Vosh and shit too, where they tell themselves they're doing it for a good reason or whatever. I know the empire is evil, but I have to defend it because the alternative is more evil. I know the cover-up is evil, but I have to defend it because, who knows what new horrors we could unleash with free energy, you know?
In East Coast training ranges,
They already
off of
own
the
that's what I
USS
mean.
Theodore Roosevelt.
They already own the world, so any kind of democratization of technology or energy production is something to be avoided. Like, sure, they might be able to somehow come out better in that scenario, but I mean, there's a strong possibility they're going to come out a lot worse, right? Like, just by having to that's the other thing too with, like, you know, the spooks that run this issue now. Like, you know, they may be given a position of authority, but they will be sharing power in a world where this stuff is admitted to. Right? As it is now, they have full authority over it, and anybody who tries to question them is called like a loon, you know? Of course, they don't want to let anybody else in. They don't want to cut anybody else into their profit streams. There's a lot of incentives to keep it quiet. There's a lot of incentives to keep it quiet. And for the people that matter, there's not a lot of incentive to come clean. No coincidence that you have the people complaining about it are in Congress, because they're largely shut out of all the fucking, you know, benefits of this issue. These guys are spending so much
Multiple
taxpayer money on
F-18
it.
pilots, Ryan Graves and others, report dark gray or black cubes suspended inside clear, translucent spheres, roughly 5 to 15 feet across. One nearly collides between two jets. Radar picks them up daily with no exhaust, no wings, hovering in high winds or blasting.
I mean,
to
I think Trump is just milking this for political benefit.
Safety briefing item and still remains
But
unexplained.
it doesn't
Then
mean he
there's
can't
the
do something
jellyfish
different.
From 2017 to 2018,
Which is not this.
at a U.S. military base in Iraq and elsewhere.
Yeah, this guy's sketchy because I think he just fucking chat GPTs it and then he just reads what they tell him. I don't think he knows. It's like, I know the history of the subject, so I know how new stuff fits into it, and I know if chat GPT is lying. He doesn't know that. Like, he doesn't even understand that part. Like, he's incapable of contextualizing any of the information he's sharing. Pre-human Sol natives? Oh yeah. I mean, that's another choice. Von Neumann probe, like that guy was saying the other night. That's a strong answer too. Like, everything we're seeing could be automated. It could have been a species from 1 million years ago who sent a probe to our solar system that's been iterating on itself ever since. And it makes 2 copies, and they make 2 copies, and they make 8 copies, etc. That would fit. I mean, if you were a decent AI sent to this planet to study humanity, and you were told to improve yourself, it wouldn't take too long before you were able to come up with some pretty badass improvements. And then I think, you know, I mean, no. I mean, I think in Earth-like planets, it's just a matter of the atmosphere, like the, you know, the balance between oxygen, nitrogen, carbon. I think you tweak that, you change the size of the animals. You know, you make everything bigger with more oxygen content. And then you tweak it, you turn it back down, you end up with us, you know. Oh, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is like this universe, like the physics in our universe seems to be perfectly sculpted for our purposes. Everything from like the configuration of our solar system with the moon and the perfect distance for the eclipse, the exact perfect oxygen carbon ratio in the atmosphere. There's other details too, right? About like the quantum. There's like very tiny details that are like perfect, right? The isotopic ratios and whatnot. That's that so-called rare Earth hypothesis. But they also, I think the people who make that argument like there's no aliens. When I think that argument, the more and more exotically specific you make Earth, the more and more it looks like, the entire universe is some sort of construct that we inhabit, which I think is definitely plausible. Not necessarily like the simulation. I think that's like stupid gamer bullshit, but some, I think a more refined version of that could be true. We made this for ourselves, kind of thing. To experience the Epicurean delights of the flesh. That kind of thing. Like usually we're orbs. And if we like get in line, we can come down to Earth and instantiate into a body and be born. And then like have sex and do drugs and whatnot. And then when we die, we can get back in line and do it again. Or go do some other orb shit somewhere else. I feel like you can orbit up wherever we want. I don't think AI life is ashamed of itself. I think if it was programmed, again, if you were the Federation, the Federation doesn't really fit. I don't know, in the show Foundation. First of all, it could be the Federation too. That would also fit. Or it could just be a civilization not even that much further advanced from us who sends von Neumann probes to neighboring Earth-like planets. Because that's definitely something we will do. Like, once we overthrow capitalism, like, that'll be something happens within the next 100 years. At most. Like, once we get serious about space exploration, that'll be one of the first things we do, I think. Is send probes to nearby Earth-like planets. So it would make sense that if anybody else beat us to it, they would have sent probes here too. It's like relativistic time dilation too. They could send probes here like every 10 years, and it would take like hundreds of years on their planet. But it would only be 10 years for us and the people on the craft, or whoever's maybe just AIs running the craft. Like I said, there's a lot of options still on the table. But it could be that the AIs they send here, the von Neumann probes they send here, are programmed to not interact with us. So it could just be making more and more of itself, more and more sophisticated sensor devices, right? Bigger and bigger triangles, bigger and bigger flying saucers, for more and more elaborate, geophysical research. Biological research, the abductions. That would fit, Like they kidnapped us and fucking raped us in this, in the 70s and 80s, and now they just fucking mind rape us,
Yeah. So let's look at the prehistory of the Sol system and its native species that came before the humans in Star Trek.
Now they have the internet and they just mind rape the world.
Earth was originally one of the many
Who knows what they'll do
planets
next?
that the progenitors seeded with the template for humanoid life around 4.5 billion years ago. These beings are considered to be the first humanoid species that evolved in the galaxy.
That's what Stanton
who then
Friedman
set
thought.
out looking for more like themselves and
Yeah, that's what Stanton Friedman thought. We were quarantined because we were violent beasts. That's plausible.
finding none, set about introducing their own form in the optimistic
We need to
view
defeat
that
capitalism
such
before they'll let us out to
appearances
come out to
would
space.
allow future evolutionary lines to better associate and commune. One of the many systems they discovered was a promising 10-planet system with 3 other M-class worlds in it. This was ancient Sol, and those planets were Earth, Mars, and Doldrum. This work took them uncounted eons, and around 3.5 billion years ago, Earth was seeded with primordial pools of amino acid chains ready to be sparked into life. At this time, Q stuck his hand in it while Captain Picard stood on, having been brought to witness this era by the omnipotent being and seeing one of the foundational building blocks of life. This was almost halted when an anti-time fissure from the Devron system in 2395 began expanding back through time, reaching Earth by 3.5 billion years ago and preventing this would-be building block of life from forming. Fortunately, the Enterprise D, from 3 different timelines, managed to halt the fissure, preventing it from ever emerging into the past and preserving the course of human history. Now, in real life, we don't have a start date for the emergence of life. That's as big a question as it gets. But some estimates say that there may have already been life of a sort in the oceans by 3.7 billion years ago, or 4.1, and what's a few billion
There's
years?
microbial life
Sci-fi.
in the
Well,
oldest
quite a lot,
pieces of
actually,
Earth.
as around 1.5 billion years ago,
Billions of
multi-celled
year old.
life existed and had begun to form into colonies of more complex beings. Now, the progenitors' life creation engines were discovered by them too, so how exactly they worked and maintained the instructions in the earliest DNA of life forms is a mystery, but it did not always take hold. Somehow, this directive embedded in numerous life forms, however, survived multiple epochs of differing forms of life, from single-celled across categorizations and even chemical compositions. 80 million years ago, during the Cretaceous Age, in the Campanian stage, the first intelligent life emerged on Earth. The progenitors' planned evolution seems to have taken hold in a species of Hadrosaurus. These herbivores developed larger brains, and over the next few million years their forms shrunk and their digits grew more dexterous, and they utilised their upright posture more frequently until walking on 2 legs became the norm. While a reptilian-based species, these hadrosaurs, later going by the name the Voth, coexisted with other dinosaur species of prehistoric Earth for thousands of years, but their exact timeline is lost even to themselves. Now, 65 million years ago, the progenitors' influence had taken hold in the native life of Mars and had created a humanoid species of Martians. Their society adapted over millennia to eventually become a spacefaring species, though it seems that they had yet to invent warp
Plandemic.
travel. They did, however, have phasing
Enterprise
technology,
D's nuts.
though they lacked transporter, replicator, deflector shielding and many other advancements that would become standard by the eras of Star Trek's shows. At the same time, an insectoid species known as the Doldrum had evolved on the planet of the same name, and were also achieving similar technological levels. Unlike the Martians, the Doldrum wanted to attempt to settle on other worlds in the system and launched colony ships to both Mars and Earth. The Earth-bound ship crashed and failed to take, but the Mars-bound ship settled on the Valles Marineris region. Their multiplication, resource gathering and terraforming efforts were so rampant that it began to strip Mars of life in the region, and all attempts at peace talks failed. Eventually, the Martians were forced to bombard the area and tear it up, until nothing remained of the doldrum. Any future colonies between the 4th and 5th planets were shot down as the two entered into a generational war. This came to an end when the Enterprise NCC 1701 was displaced in time and arrived in this era. The Martians found the damaged Enterprise, and after a period of attempted negotiation and understanding, they learned of the future state of Mars and the fact that they did not exist anymore according to the records of the Enterprise. So they stole the ship's antimatter and deployed it as a weapon against the Doldrum planet. While initially tempted to help out, the Enterprise crew realised that they had to step away and allow this to occur, as 65 million years later, there was no Doldrum in the Sol system, and therefore this was a predestination paradox. The antimatter completely destroyed Doldrum and ended the insectoid species, while the blast sent the Enterprise back to its own time. The scattered rubble of the planet would add 4% more mass to the asteroid belt. Its absence caused Mars's orbit to shift further from the Sun, and a larger piece of the debris spun through the Solar System as the Chicxulub meteor. This meteor came down and impacted the Earth, causing a mass extinction of the native dinosaur species. Meanwhile, Mars's new orbit put the planet at risk of losing its atmosphere, and the fates the Martians had been trying to avoid now came to pass, as gradually the planet was rendered uninhabitable. With the doldrum gone, Mars becoming uninhabitable and calamitous clouds of fire and ice shrouding the Earth, the Martians embarked on a mass exodus over the next centuries, departing their ruined system, seeking new worlds to settle. The destruction Mars suffered led to the obscuring of much of their civilization, which is another mystery left unanswered. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Voth survived the extinction of many of their cousin species, probably thanks to their greater intellect, but they found their own world ruined. This is part of the record that is missing, even to their own archives, as they eventually managed to depart their ruined Earth, also in search of a new home. Several methods are possible here. They may have developed their own interstellar culture and left Earth in colony ships, pre-warp or otherwise. Hell, they may have even discovered the failed...
So in this episode, we are going to travel back in time some 2,000 years ago to Mexico's ancient city of Teotihuacan, otherwise known as the City of the Gods, and we are going to investigate its mysterious origins. Then we will jump the border into modern-day New Mexico to talk about a very strange discovery documented in 1902 by the New York Times in a newspaper article. And then lastly, we will journey to present-day Iran, where a bizarre event took place in the 1970s that alleges that a UFO disabled 2 fighter jets.
I really need to hear that story again.
Before we begin our epic adventure, I would like to personally invite you to consider joining me on one of my upcoming tours, and I just launched to City in the Western Hemisphere. At its peak, it may have been home to upwards of 250,000 people, earning it the nickname the Rome of the Americas. But despite its enormous size and influence, one of the greatest mysteries remains remarkably simple. Who actually built it? Now, by the time the Aztecs arrived some 1,000 years after the city's collapse, Teotihuacan had already been abandoned for centuries. The Aztecs were so awestruck by its immense pyramids that they believed only the gods could have created such a place. And that's why they named it Teotihuacan, meaning the place where the gods were born. Now, the city's original name and the identity of its builders remain completely unknown. Now, most visitors immediately notice the enormous Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the magnificent Temple of the Feathered Serpent. Yet hidden beneath these famous monuments may lie evidence of something even older. Archaeologists have discovered that several of Teotihuacan's later structures appear to have been built directly over earlier foundations. In some locations, these deeper foundations consist of large, finely dressed megalithic stone blocks, while the visible city above was largely constructed using much smaller stones, rubble, adobe, and lime mortar.
Sounds
One of
familiar.
the most intriguing areas is beneath the temple
Hey.
of the feathered serpent. During
Temple of the
excavations,
Feathered
archaeologists
Serpent.
uncovered hundreds of massive
What up?
andesite blocks,
What up?
many
What
weighing
up?
more
What
than
up?
10 tons. Buried within
Y'all
the
just in
pyramid's
time.
fill. Rather
It's
than serving
Stargate
as finished
Derek.
architectural features, these enormous stones appear to have been reused as the construction fill, suggesting that they may have once belonged to an earlier monument. Now, what makes these blocks especially fascinating is their workmanship. Many display remarkably flat surfaces, sharp edges,
What up,
and
spilled
carefully
bag of
shaped
ice?
concave forms and features.
What up? How's everyone doing? We're doing great, right, chat? This is Stargate Derek. These are self-explanatory. Bro. Payback time. What does that mean? What? Why is your name appearing like that? That's so weird. Wow. How's it going? I don't see any name on the screen. It's so weird. Anyway, welcome in. How's everyone doing? We, you know, he's talking about Teotihuacan. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't, you know, it doesn't be like that. Anyway, we have fun here all the time. You should raid here. This is a fun place to raid.
Some researchers have also reported marks that they interpret as consistent with what would look like ancient sawing
this guy,
or drilling.
look at his fucking...
Although mainstream archaeologists would debate exactly how these marks were produced. Again, while mainstream researchers and archaeologists would generally attribute
It's weird showing
this
up on
type of
OBS,
skilled
but not in
stoneworking
my
just to very
browser
skilled
chat.
craftspeople using stone tools, abrasives, and considerable amounts of labor.
Must be the
Others
color
would argue
of the
that
font or
the
something.
precision of these blocks
I don't know.
raises the
I guess
question
my color's all fucked
about
up.
advanced techniques that were employed. Now, adding to the mystery is the stone itself. These blocks are made of andesite, a volcanic rock that does not occur immediately at this site. Now, suitable sources are found many miles away, meaning thousands of tons of stone had to be transported across rugged terrain without the aid of wheels, draft animals, or iron tools. And yet, despite this tremendous effort,
New
the original
UFO
structures
tranche
that
today.
these stones likely belong to have never been identified. So was there an earlier monumental complex that was dismantled? Were older temples deliberately buried as part of a later rebuilding program? Or do these blocks simply represent unfinished or repurposed construction material? The answers remain elusive. Now, modern day archaeology has revealed other astonishing discoveries beneath the city. In 2003, a tunnel was discovered beneath the temple of the Feathered Serpent. Sealed for nearly 1,800 years, it led to underground chambers containing thousands of offerings, including jade, obsidian, shale, pyrite mirrors, and enigmatic liquid mercury deposits.
Why do they all have
Some
liquid
archaeologists
mercury?
believe the tunnel symbolized the underworld and may have been used for royal or
Why do
religious
they all have
ceremonies.
liquid mercury?
Yet
It's so
despite
weird.
years of excavations, no royal tomb
Dead
has
End
ever
Joker,
been
welcome in.
conclusively identified, leaving another major question unanswered. Who ruled this immense metropolis? Now, unlike the Maya or the dynasties of Egypt around 3000 BC, Teotihuacan has yielded no deciphered historical inscriptions identifying its kings or recounting its history.
Because they were
We know it
communists.
dominated much of central Mexico, traded across Mesoamerica, and profoundly influenced later civilizations. Yet the names of its rulers, the language its people spoke, and even the circumstances surrounding its decline remain a mystery. Around 550 AD, large portions of the ceremonial center of the city was intentionally burned. Now, whether this resulted from invasion, internal revolt, political upheaval, environmental stress, or some combination of these factors is still debated. And perhaps this is why Teotihuacan continues to captivate the imagination. It was one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in the ancient world, yet its builders left behind almost no written record explaining who they were or why they engineered it. And 2,000 years later, we're still asking the same question that the Aztecs asked when they first stood before its colossal pyramids.
The guy who
built
supposedly built the Giza Plateau didn't put his name anywhere, apparently.
Its stones. All right, let's jump the border from present-day Mexico to present-day New Mexico, where I found a strange article published in the New York Times, February 11th, 1902.
Seems like if you're making people
and the headline of this article reads,
build
quote,
that for you,
giant skeletons
you would
found,
make them
end quote.
put your
The
name there
subheading
too.
Says this, archaeologists to send expedition to explore graveyards in New Mexico where bodies were unearthed, end quote. And then underneath that it says a special to the New York Times, and then below that the article reads as follows, quote, Los Angeles, California, February 10th. Owing to the discovery of the remains of a race of giants in Guadalupe, New Mexico, antiquarians and archaeologists are preparing an expedition further to explore that region. This determination is based on the
so many
excitement that
stories
exists
like
among
this.
the people
Yeah,
of a scope
dude.
of country near Mesa Rico, about 200 miles southeast of Las Vegas, where an old burial ground has been discovered that has yielded skeletons of enormous size. Luciana Quintana, on whose ranch the ancient burial plot is located, discovered 2 stones that bore curious inscriptions, and beneath these were found in shallow excavations the bones of a frame that could not have been less than 12 feet in length. The men who opened the grave say the forearm was 4 feet long, and that in a well-preserved jaw, the lower teeth ranged from the size of a hickory nut to that of the largest walnut in size. The chest of the being is reported as having a circumference of 7 feet.
Wow.
Quintana, who
That's
has
really
uncovered
big.
many
No
other
way.
burial places, expresses the opinion that perhaps thousands of
7
skeletons
feet?
of a race
What's
of giants
circumference?
long
Like-
extinct will be found.
Like that?
This supposition is based
Holy
on the traditions
shit.
handed down from the early Spanish invasion that have detailed knowledge of the existence of a race of giants that inhabited the plains of what is now eastern
What they called it the invasion. That's cool.
Indian legends and carvings also in the same section indicate the existence of such a race, end quote. So a very interesting article here from 1902 published in the New York Times of a giant skeleton discovered in New Mexico, where this guy finds these strange stones with inscriptions, which is very interesting.
there's
and
a
in
lot
this
of
shallow
stories like
grave
that.
is this huge figure that's got teeth, and it says the largest the size of walnuts. And
I
it's
don't
also
know.
interesting that this
Or their
article
descendants.
mentions the early Spanish explorers and what they detailed seeing.
Like, if
as
they were
talk
here,
about
like,
a race of
5,000 years
giants,
ago,
as well as
right?
Native American legends.
And
as I often
they-
point out when I'm reading such articles like this that I've come across from the late 1800s to early 1900s, the authors of these articles are
Frequently, it's noted how many humans they used to bone, right? Like, it seems like all these ancient stories feel like they need to reference that. You know, and then they apparently left or took a step back and into the shadows. But they would have fathered, be like Wilt Chamberlain or whatever. There would be like little Nephilim all over the world, probably, right? So those people were the giants who slowly became less giant over the years. And now they're just like, fucking basketball players or whatever.
writing
Or
in a time
Richard
that seemed much freer before there was
What's
such
that guy's
political
name?
correctness and
Robert
control of
Wadlow.
narratives
Wadlow.
to where they could talk about what the Spanish
Remember
said
him?
about giants
In Guinness
or
Book
what
of
the
World
Native
Records?
Americans thought of strange entities, and they weren't going to lose their jobs over writing something like this or be looked down upon by their peers. They just wrote what everybody seemed to know back then. All right,
It's
let's
just a
jump
part
from
of indigenous people's story all over the world too. It's like it's only like the modern fucking white academic who denies all this shit.
present day New Mexico to present day Iran, where a strange event occurred during the early morning hours of September 19th, 1976,
And they-
above Tehran, Iran. Now, keep in mind, 1976 was before the mullahs took over
The
Iran in
mullahs?
1979.
What mullahs? What are you
if you look
talking
at
about?
Video footage and
What
photos of
mullah
Iran
your mama?
before 1979,
Dude, he said
which is when
mullahs.
this story took place, Iran looked like a completely different place and country. It was like a Western country where you'd see women walking down the streets in high fashion with long, flowing hair. So that's kind of the backdrop of when this happened. So
I mean, it was a
shortly after
Western
midnight,
client state.
on September 19th, 1976, civilians began calling en masse authorities to report an intensely bright object moving through the night sky. A certain Iranian Air Force official
Mullahs.
initially assumed that people were just seeing stars. But then he stepped outside his office building on the base and had a look for himself. And he reportedly saw something resembling a bright star, but much larger and much brighter. Pretty soon, an Iranian F-4 Phantom fighter jet was ordered into the air to investigate. According to a report later circulated through the United States Defense and Intelligence channels, the first F-4 approached to within approximately 25 nautical miles of the object. At that moment, the pilot reported
Heard this
losing
story
his
1,000
instruments
times.
and communications. He abandoned the interception and turned back toward the airfield. As soon as the aircraft moved away from this
This quietly kept discovery of an advanced lost civilization within China is shaping up to be the find of the decade. Xu Feihong, a 31-year-old archaeologist, has been quietly beavering away at the site for the past 10 years. And although we feel the incredible, mysterious, and many seemingly impossible features of the Terracotta Army, also indicative of the work of a lost civilization in itself, this discovery made by Xu within Sanqingdu,
Longyao
near the
Caves
southwestern city of Chengdu, is set to officially
is
rewrite
the
history
Muslims.
books,
The Muslim,
with the finds so
Muslim
far made
mullahs.
here incredibly ancient. First discovered in the late 1980s, a group of researchers would stumble upon 2 pits at Sanxingdui, full of strange relics, piles of
What?
elephant tusks, golden
those
artifacts,
tusks.
idols, and masks, and countless bronze figures.
They just found it like that?
all dated to at least 3,000 years old, are unlike anything previously uncovered in China. Since its discovery, an entire highly developed and technologically advanced city has began to appear from beneath the earth, with huge buildings and large city walls now identified, with Sanxingdui now identified as the possible center of this now lost yet once gigantic city. One once built by a clearly capable, powerful, and possibly pre-flood civilization, which, if the dating of 3,000 years accurate, which we doubt, would have flourished in the region around the same time as that of the Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun. This dating of 3,000 years likely to be incredibly conservative. This in an attempt to stitch their timeline of existence in with the currently upheld and we
Yeah,
feel
it was
nearly
the tallest man and the
post-cataclysmic
smallest man.
timeline,
You remember
with
that?
nothing prior to 10,000 years. No civilization, cities, or structures permitted to be entertained as having existed prior to the last ice age. Thus, the Sanxingdui kingdom's origins remain unknown, with ancient Chinese historians barely even mentioning any known history within the Southwest, long dismissing the region.
Yeah, I've never seen
then known as
Pumpkins
Shu,
live. I'd
as
like
an
to see
obscure
them live.
backwater. Theories about how the civilization emerged include possibly being an offshoot
Can you
of
date
travelers
Ivory?
from Egypt, or even ancient aliens. But in the absence of clear archaeological evidence for its builders, its true origins remain a complete mystery. Although usually punting for the most prevalent archaeological footprint as the constructor of a site such as this, like that of Gornaya Shoria or other rare sites we posit as pre-flood, which have not encountered human re-inhabitation, are somehow completely absent human remains, as if whoever constructed them encountered some form of mass disappearance, almost as if they experienced a rapture. Yet, I digress. During an exploration within Pit 2 at the site, more than
That's a good point.
1,500 ancient relics were extracted from the earth, further supporting the fact that the site indeed mysteriously abandoned and also never looted. A pristine,
It was a
untouched,
rapture.
possibly pre-flood city, the first of its kind found within the modern era as far as we are aware. With the most astonishing find made at the site, a huge bronze statue, simply known as the large standing figure, a giant, intricately detailed rendering of a man standing 2.6 meters
Wow.
tall and weighing nearly 200 kilograms.
Look at
A
that
statue
fucking
which
thing.
can now be found within the
Yikes.
central hall of the Sanxingdui Museum.
Can you imagine finding
continues
that?
to baffle researchers. It depicts a figure with glaring eyes and a long hooked nose, features which are notably distinct from other Chinese artifacts.
Yeah, I'll say.
He's dressed in 3 layers of clothes with their delicate patterning still visible. His hands are raised in front of his chest, with his fingers forming 2 circles. It has been suggested that the figure was possibly once holding something aloft, but we still have no idea what. Yet most interestingly of all, and we feel a possible smoking gun for the true age of the site, the sheer number of tusks found within. With archaeologists uncertain as to how San Chengdui acquired so many tusks, with elephants not being native to that part of China for over 10,000 years.
What if
do you
they
think about
they
this
just fell in
remarkable
there
place?
over and
Has
over
Xu
again?
Feihong actually stumbled upon an intact, pristine example of a pre-flood civilization?
Yeah, what if
Something
there
we
was
felt
one
would
dead
only be
one and they all
possible
fell
such
in there
locations
after
as
it?
that of Antarctica.
Like over the
How
years.
did the site
They
remain
just went there to
untouched for
die.
so long? What happened to its builders? Just how old is the site, and who
I
is
mean,
the
we know
standing
mammoths
figure?
do weird stuff
All
like that,
questions with
right?
answers
Or
which we
elephants
find
do.
highly-
Modern elephants have weird funerary processes, right? And then there's that story from the telepathy tapes about the researcher who died, and the elephants like traveled across the savannah to go like pay their respects. Elephants are weird. They have big fucking brains, man. It makes sense they got big ass caudates too. It's possible for them to be psionically activated, I guess, in some way. I mean, what if it's like the process of like studying them gives them sort of like a weird cargo cult sort of thing? Like researchers studying wildlife kickstarts like a process of evolution and, you know, rapid intellectual growth, like just like modeling certain behaviors for them. It like triggers almost like the UFOs do for us, really, right? Like kickstarts a new part of their brain to act more like humans. I'm not saying they all do this, but enough of them, you know. Who do you think this is? You think he's holding weapons? Or do you think he's a peacenik? What if it's a phallus and the dick part fell off? Or they didn't connect it to the statue for some reason? It looks like a phallic kind of without the dick. Like it looks like he should have his big schlong and his hands up here. That's why his hands are circles like that. It's like pussy or whatever. You think? What are those symbols on his head? Look how clean this is, man. It's so old. This is older than anything else that we have in the records, right? That's the stuff that when we find new old stuff in China, that's usually what it is. It's like it's from before the first emperor, like before we have any kind of documentation of written record. Old as fuck, man. Yeah, Longyao Caves.
Be compelling.
Throughout history, kings, queens, emperors, and pharaohs.
China could be
inheritors or
yeah, it could be the
conquerors of
oldest in
land and
China.
wealth,
Yeah, older
have
than
often been
India. Yeah,
found
older than
to
the
have
Middle
had
Age.
inherent commonality. These individuals' legacies, often accompanied by a conviction that they were ordained by their God to their position of ultimate power in their world, or in some extreme cases, believing to be gods themselves.
well,
However,
my
another
theory
peculiar
is-
trait of these once terrifyingly powerful leaders
Ancient religions used to explain this stuff, right? They told us the nature of near-death experiences, and they had us like actually, you know, intellectually, spiritually, physically prepared to die, right? Like they explained to us what we were doing. You know, we had our purpose in life was like, you know, they understood it better. Maybe not our purpose in life per se, but sort of, you know, certain like details about the functioning of this human carapace. Yeah. And then over time, it's just been so perverted to serve whatever the ruling interests of the time were. But now they don't know their ass from their elbow. Or they do, and they just keep that part secret, right? That's the other option. It's like they might still understand all this shit and just feed us, like, you know, nonsense to keep us fighting while they, you know, do some Freemason shit, some Professor Jong shit, you know? It'd be funny if Professor Jong was, like, ultimately correct. It's like he understood power better than anybody because of his occult bullshit. The Sabbateans. It's a Sabbatean world, and Professor Jong was the only one who saw it.
Was a belief in immortality, not only of an afterlife, but one often accompanied by their most loyal of subject and beast, which they were particularly fond of. These convictions have, throughout history, resulted
What
in
secrets?
tremendous efforts and financial sacrifices being funneled into the practice of preparation for this event, with some rather extraordinary processes
Yeah, dude, they're into
being
all this. That's what I'm saying.
undertaken
That's
solely
what
for
it
the
is.
purpose of biological preservation. And although the Egyptian mummification process, along with the many golden and otherwise created sarcophagi and death masks, are recognized worldwide, a little lesser, yet no less visually striking practice, which created a series of what is now known as the Immortal Jade Warriors, can be found in China. Supposedly dated to just over 2,000 years old, yet perfectly crafted, incredibly preciously shaded jade gem suits of armor were made for their ancient emperors. These suits, indeed, practically immortal, due to the fact that they are nearly solely created from a solid stone, an astonishing feat. There is a contradiction in the ideology, or possibly more accurately academic explanation, for the true purpose of these preservation practices. Within many of these burial techniques, there is seemingly a conflict of interest between spirit and body. For whatever reason, those who underwent Egyptian embalming, for example, are apparently believed by whomever has explained these practices that the kings and queens wanted their bodies to live on far beyond their death and passage into the underworld. Furthermore, in complete disarray, the question then becomes, were these practices actually an ancient attempt at what we now practice with cryogenic freezing? If the body were intended to be used within the afterlife, then
No,
firstly,
it was to prepare
why
their
the
consciousness.
curses often found inscribed
It-
above the sealed tombs? And why were the organs and brain often removed and perfectly stored separate from the body? Along with Egypt, why in other locations were favored noblemen,
bribe the
loyal
ferryman.
animals, entire chariots, or indeed entire terracotta armies left for these self-perceived gods on earth? Were they, in reality, preparing for a form of reincarnation? Not within a spirit world.
Nazis
but an
outlawed
afterlife,
Freemasonry?
one
Because
for
you
the
had to
mortal
join the
body,
Thule
one
Society.
within the future? We find such hypotheses.
That was the best thing about the
highly compelling.
Nazis. The Thule Society.
Chapter 8. The Protuberances. With one of the most baffling, yet also perhaps least examined and explored of these countless
You know, if I was on
connected
Piers Morgan
features,
and he asked me to
one
say
we
something
briefly
nice
touched
about the
upon
Nazis,
earlier,
I could
that
do it, no
of the
problem. I would
mysterious
say that.
protuberance. These strange, inexplicable notches are most notably found upon the millions of once randomly cut.
You can't say
yet
anything nice
perfectly
about the
placed
Nazis, can
polygonal
you?
walls of
Oh,
Peru,
Piers.
such as
Piers.
upon the Wall of the Six Monoliths, located at the base of Ollantaytambo, Peru, all a frustratingly unsolved mystery. Yet if one applies some logic to the matter, taking into account that the one thing, in addition to their purpose, that remains unexplained about these features, that being its repeated inclusion within the polygonal building method. Thus, it is highly likely that they indeed served some kind of function in regard to these sites' initial construction and movement of stones. Yet for now, I digress. As mentioned, they most abundant upon polygonal stones, yet are seemingly present within many others the world over, which has only deepened the mystery surrounding their mysterious existence. present is mentioned upon the gigantic unliberated megaliths of Yangshan Quarry, and although this may suggest that they indeed once utilized in the moving and placement of these stones, they have, of course, predictably fueled many other widely circulated theories, including that of the geopolymer, or the cast mold theory, all in an attempt to explain how they managed to build these perplexing walls seemingly out of randomly cut stones, with the sheer complexity in which they incorporated into polygonal walls,
Oh yeah, I saw that.
specifically revealed via the few examples we have of them being broken, revealing that these blocks were cut to interlock from several opposing angles, appearing reminiscent of complex blocks of Lego. Again, this simply deepening the mystery surrounding just how they once cut these blocks as they are, and yet straight out of the surrounding stone geology. With these strange baubles also
Protuberances.
Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, Asmongold is banned. I tweeted the classic Hitler dead meme. It happened last night. It's time for me to pivot to MMORPGs. It's time for me to pivot to World of Warcraft. Not all that significant. I mean, he'll be back. The cockroach will be back. He's not permabanned for sure. I'll stop showering in order to become more appealing to the cockroaches who are watching. I won't clean my house any longer, and I will do my very best. Should you call him such names? Cockroach is dehumanizing, even if he's a piece of shit. Yeah, I mean, he calls me a terrorist.
Everything that he does is going to be in service of terrorism. It's going to be in service of Islamic Muslim terrorism.
Who was it that told us we shouldn't say chuds?
Of his ideology. All other values, viewpoints, and opinions come out of that ideology, and they all work.
They were saying chuds was dehumanizing.
He calls Somalis parasites.
I'll tell you something. This low-income, ignorant, delusional, brain-dead, third-world importation of all of these illiterate people that can't speak English, that have no skills, live off the government, and are effectively parasites on the United States of America is a class war.
But I think his own community have recognized that they're cockroaches. Like, that's a self-described moniker. Yeah, he calls himself the Roach King.
I'll link you guys the community that we have on Twitter now, and it's called Roach Ranch, and it's exactly what you would expect. And so you guys can join this.
To be fair, I do appreciate like neo-Nazis that are big fans of Asmongold coming in here to feign woke 1.0 attitudes like, oh, well, I don't know if this is appropriate. I really find it dehumanizing language. Yeah, well, he calls himself a cockroach. He calls his community the Roach Ranch. I think it's unfair to cockroaches in general. All the comments and the hidden replies are about you. Yeah, of course. As soon as Asmongold gets banned, you already know. Twitch ban. They deserved it. Blame us on. They didn't deserve it, blame us on. You already know what's up. Anytime this kind of thing happens, like his community immediately start brigading everything. I'm just gonna show you exactly what we suspect is the reason why he got banned, because it can be a million different things. I mean, he is a TOS violation, a walking terms of service violation machine for the most part. I have a good idea of what it was that did him in this time around. It's most likely the advocacy that he was engaging in about murdering migrant children. So that's the reason why he got banned. I mean, he's done so much more. It's kind of crazy that that's just the tip of the iceberg, really. It's the tip of the iceberg as far as like what got him banned, because he does commentary.
I can't even
like
joke about that. Jesus Christ. Murdering migrant children. What the fuck? I joke about everything.
The police protecting the Somali community in Minneapolis. He's done that.
Oh my God.
What would you have the police do instead if you were them?
I was just joking about Nazi cranks. Like, what?
I would create a situation where the police would be afraid to defend these places because they would be worried about being persecuted. This would cause the police to leave and completely disband the police force. This would allow the companies and the people in the area to be effectively completely lawless and turn it into anarchy.
I mean, he's advocated for violence by leaning into systemic forces of violence often. Like, that's the way he does it, where he'll just be like, I should just kill everyone all the time.
Maybe they shouldn't be in front of the car. The thing is that you're never going to convince these people that it's not, okay? Like, it doesn't matter. The only thing you have to do is crush them. You crush them completely. You never go, like, after you say, basically after you run one of them over, right? Or you shoot one of them for trying to run you over.
We see why Capital elevates people like this.
Send in more people,
You know,
and you do it
very
even
fairly
more.
obvious.
That's the only solution.
Asmongold has advocated to put people in concentration camps, labor camps for civil offenses.
Like, if it was up to me, all of these people would be in camps and they'd be sent back to their own home country, right? I don't want any of these people in any Western country. They shouldn't be here. They don't deserve to be here. All they do is cause problems, and I don't want their culture here. I don't want the way they act here. I don't want to deal with them, period.
He's advocated to murder protesters exercising their First Amendment rights.
Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail, put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition, put all the people that were doing the in front of the detention centers, put them in mandatory prison labor camps. Any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them. Immediately, completely shut it down. Bring in the military if you need to. Bring in the National Guard. Do whatever you need to do. Look and find out who's funding this. Take those people, charge them with incitement for terrorism, put them in Guantanamo Bay. Like, I'm talking about scorched earth, Old Testament. Get them the out.
He also doesn't shower at all, which I find to be very strange. It's a strange decision.
I took a shower for the first time in, as I said, two and a half months yesterday.
All of those clips are out there. They're readily available. So, I mean, it's a fairly standard moment. So I suspect it's difficult to identify exactly what did him in. But I'm sure someone has that clip, right? Can someone send me the clip of him advocating to shoot migrant children? Asmongold says undocumented children need to get shot if they cross the border with their parents.
Emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people. They have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever.
That's what Billy Corgan said.
Yeah, I'd shoot whoever.
Billy Corgan said
kids,
that.
Women, men, anybody. Just
I
shoot
read
them.
his biography.
They're going to stop coming
His
over.
autobiography.
Because
when I worked at Rolling Stone.
I think he's been watching too much pro-Israel commentary that he thinks this kind of would fly. You know, the last time he did this and got banned, it was the same thing. He was talking about how, you know, genocide is totally permissible, that the Palestinians are barbaric and deserve genocide.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way.
And now he's doing it again. How is this not a permanent ban? Twitch doesn't usually offer permabans, especially to someone who's as large as Asmongold. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know how long this ban will be. I suspect maybe 7 days, maybe 14. Chop it down to 7 on good behavior, something like that. The only reason why this happened is because it was highlighted. It was such a heinous statement that even normies were like, dude, what the is going on. Yeah, just a reminder, Morgan and many
Billy
other smaller
Corgan.
content creators got 30 days.
He
They
said
got
Courtney
banned
Love was
for
a shapeshifter.
30 days for doing a tier list where the bottom of the tier list was, you know, enjoying Sabra hummus. The Sabra hummus gate, that was 30 whole days. Meanwhile, Asmongold has been advocating, agitating, trying to foment violence towards every marginalized community, whether they be overseas, being destroyed by the American military, the Israeli military, or even here with ICE, over and over and over again.
This is what I would do. I would look at every single one of the residents and also citizens that have immigrated here.
We should
And
do
if
tier
these
lists.
people are considered to be net negative taxpayers, I would deport them and denaturalize and deport them. That's what I would do. Because why do we have all of these leeches on our society whenever they're not even from here? Will Trump act on this? No, I don't think he will. That's one of the reasons why I didn't vote for him. I didn't think that he had
Trump
the,
isn't radical
I don't
enough for
think
me.
that he
Yeah, I
had
want
the
to do a
grit
crank
to
tier
do that.
list.
He's really great at killing people in the Middle East. That's amazing. But what about people here?
Why does he want to kill so many
Not good
people?
enough.
I suspect it was this was what crossed the line
What a
for Twitch,
psycho. Like,
especially
why is he
because
so
there was a lot
angry?
more outside attention.
Children and women as shields to get themselves over. And then they'll put more women and children at risk because they know that they can use them as collateral so they can get more of themselves over. That's the way it works.
What?
That's the way an animal thinks, and these people are animals.
Yeah, this is classic Asmongold saying, you know, immigrants are animals. Simply put, white supremacy is low IQ cope, okay? You only lean into these kinds of narratives when you feel insecure, when you recognize your station in society doesn't match up where you think you would be. And for a lot of people, they just cope with the idea that, like, they were supposed to be this powerful being, they were supposed to be this domineering force.
I mean, he's pretty powerful, isn't he?
The world.
Why is he so
They're
angry?
desperate to punch down at anything they
Yeah, why do they need to punch
can.
down so hard?
That's all it is.
Shut the fuck up.
Being anti-black, being a white supremacist is the easiest way to identify.
Yeah, but do
someone
you
as
need to
being
kill
low
them?
IQ
Can't you just
and
hate them?
coping.
You really
And
want to
there's
like
perhaps
genocide
no better
them?
example of this than
Why
what
are you
he's
so
doing here,
Israeli?
where he goes, these people are animals, right?
I
He
feel
talks
like
about undocumented
I don't know. He's probably
migrants or
being
just
paid
refugees as
specifically
animals,
for that
while
type of
simultaneously
fucking
advocating to slaughter
messaging.
them. You're worse than an animal.
Because they don't do
Separates
that.
man
Like
from
they,
the rest of the
you know,
animals
we
is
don't
the,
do
the capacity to
not-
feel empathy, the
No.
capacity to go beyond simple self-preservation. It is our capacity to feel empathy as a social animal.
pretty
So
Israeli
when
thing to
you
do.
want the American government to react as
we don't take
feral
pride in
animal,
it. Like
as
if
a-
we
as a
do it, we
predator,
lie to
you
ourselves.
are,
You know,
unironically, the actual animal, not the undocumented migrants.
The
You are
Israelis encourage
behaving
each
like an
other.
actual feral animal. Because white supremacy is low IQ cope, a lot of the people in Asmongold's community don't recognize it as such. They don't realize that they are the ones who are agitating. They are the ones who are behaving like feral animals when they demand this kind of violence towards people that they've never met or people that they might have met that they might like.
It's just the way it is. They're savages. Absolute savages. Hamas tactics, terrorists. Of course
Yeah,
you don't.
look at that. Like Hamas tactics, they're
tactics.
savages. Look at the comments, dude. These people are deranged. Classic comment is blame others.
mean,
for
they're probably
protecting their
Israeli
country, but let in
bots,
charge
man.
Do worse to their own people. Wait, what? I don't even want to get that far into the right-wing rabbit hole. I find it strange that these people don't understand that.
Want to do that doesn't mean you want to
Man,
do it.
any
But
fucking
you have to do what you need
pro-Israel
to do in order to enforce your borders,
YouTube
man.
fucking
Like that's the way it is. People are too emotional.
is
to see
going to
that.
be heavily
I mean, like
bothered.
again, like it's you don't you can't make decisions that way. And I understand the way that I talk about this might be a little bit extreme. It might be a little bit
That is a clip that was shared by his own clip farm. It has his watermark. It was a take they thought was worth highlighting. Lamau, that entire community is full of sociopaths. He got hoisted by his own petard for sure, because they are increasingly more right-wing, increasingly more reactionary on that side of the internet. Part of it is because on Twitter, these kinds of takes that are unbelievably extreme, unbelievably violent, these sorts of takes are normalized. And I think Elon Musk's algorithm boosts these sorts of takes, and it makes people feel comfortable saying things like this, when in fact, it's perhaps one of the most disconnected attitudes that you could have. Because in the real world, if you were to say things like this, in the real world, if you were to talk about, what must be done to refugees, to migrants, to people that work in these industries that you consider to be invisible, but are very visible and very important aspects of the American economy, our neighborhoods, our communities, most people would probably get very frustrated with what you have to say. I often talk about the permissible boundaries of racism, misogyny, and there is definitely a level that most Americans broadly would be comfortable with, and this goes far above that. There are a lot of people that identify with or find sympathy with white supremacist talking points to a certain degree. Until it goes past a certain point, they won't ban us on for praising terrorists. They're two sides of the same coin. Who cares, man? Please. Yes, I think we have a real crisis in stupidity, okay? We have a real crisis in stupidity, yes. I think we have to realize that many people want to simply appear smart. And one of the easiest way to try and appear smart when you're a stupid person is to say horseshoe theory, two sides of the same coin. I'm actually a moderate. I'm actually right at the center of these two different dangerous forms of commentary. A lot of people are stupid. You're looking at a super botted website. We don't have to address every single stupid person and the way that they misunderstand jokes, the way that they misunderstand hyperbole, sometimes directly and sometimes because they're just stupid. There is no equivocation, no moral.
Like, in what universe is Hamas not thousands of times better than the Israeli government?
Someone like Asmongold.
Get the
We
fuck
are
out
not
of here.
two sides of the same coin. I guess he's my polar opposite.
You can't
in
even
many
argue.
respects.
There's
I
no way to
shower.
even. That's why they
I'm
just
educated.
scoff
This
and they
is something
pretend
I
it's
truly
like
care about. I have moral
obvious. Like,
convictions. He has none of that. He doesn't shower.
They don't
He's
actually
not
make any kind of
educated. He has
arguments.
no moral convictions whatsoever. He's simply a grifter. And also, I believe in uplifting all people, and he certainly does not. I believe that we shouldn't murder children. He clearly believes we can murder some children. So in that sense,
Yeah, why
we
does
are
he want to
polar
murder so many
opposites of one another.
children?
Dumb people will look at the situation and go, well, I don't agree with Hassan, and I've been duped into believing that he's this dangerous radical, and therefore, you know, I'm going to sit here and say people who say that the international law recognizes the occupied people's right to militarily resist against an occupation is exactly the same as advocating to murder children. Yeah, only if you're
Stavi shamed him into getting a PR girlfriend.
victim
He went
to
hard on calling him a
unlimited amounts of
stinky loser.
propaganda do you
Nice.
make that decision. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stupid people. There are a lot of stupid people. Like Romansky is currently doing it. Rape Tone posted a joke you made about the Great Replacement, presented it as something you admitted in secret. 40K likes, a senator reposted it, new smear against you. Guys, it's fine. Look, I will never stop believing in the capacity of the average person to be a little bit
I like
smarter.
making. I
but,
used to make a lot of
we
rape
can't
jokes.
Again, neo-Nazi base boosted nonsense every day of the week. Like, if people believe in the Great Replacement, if people genuinely believe
That was
that
my
like
imprint.
immigrants are
It was
coming
Rape Valley
in
Records.
to specifically dilute the white gene pool, then yeah, they're gonna look at a situation like that. They're gonna look at a statement like that with me making a very clear joke about how
Don't do
white
that
genocide
anymore.
is not real, and they're going to farm it as like it's
Which,
real.
where's white
There are a lot
genocide
of
real?
people who unfortunately
Wait.
on the far right and on the right now who believe that the white genocide is a real concept, that Great Replacement is a real concept.
What?
Who cares? Just push back on it. Be like, you're a idiot.
You
White
are-
genocide is not real.
White
People
genocide.
consensually engaging in race mixing is a
Miscegenation.
concept that isn't controversial any
Miscegenation.
longer, no matter how hard you want it to be
Say
controversial.
miscegenation.
Remember, in this day and age, we're now engaging in a media environment where the other side is not living in reality. There is no consensus reality. So my goal is to try to snap people out of that stupor to the best of my ability and bring them back into the real world, because I want people to live more productive lives,
You need to
be
get
happier,
headband.
be healthier. And I
They need to get their
genuinely think
caudates
this kind of
enlarged.
attitude is
The
forcing
caudate
them to
enlarging
become
surgery
more
that they were
insane. I think
advertising.
this kind of attitude, like going to communities like this one and constantly being inundated with a barrage of reactionary propaganda, is making them more mentally ill. It's making them antisocial. It's making them mentally ill. It's unproductive. It's unhealthy, you know?
Unemotional. I wish we had more people like me. I do. I wish we had more, because we got
I
too many
wish we had
pussies
more
that are
crank
too worried about
communists.
the optics of something rather
Yeah.
than the reality.
Yeah, again, another
Yeah, too
clear-cut
worried about the
sign
optics,
of
bro.
Insecurity is leaning into.
Dude, he's definitely
the
taking Israeli
argument.
money.
Even in movies, like what hero says we have to murder children? Simply
No,
put,
never.
only villains say
Yeah,
things like that.
only villains.
Weak people say things like that. A strong man protects the vulnerable.
Yeah.
You are the pussy. A strong man protects the vulnerable. A strong man protects the weak. It is weak men who constantly try to harm those who are marginalized, to hurt those who have less than they do. It sucks that these guys.
How does he
have
not
such
get
a
that? I don't
cynical
understand why they don't
attitude
understand
about this
that.
sort of stuff. It
Are
sucks
they
that
not
these guys have such a
American? Like,
villainous
what?
outlook,
Did they
such
not
a
go to school here?
sociopathic,
Because
way to
all
view
of the
world, where they
movies,
genuinely think like all virtue is fake.
like we
And it
learned
might
from
be fake for them.
movies.
It might
That's
be
what we
fake for them.
learned.
Maybe
We
not
learned.
everyone in the community, maybe
You
not
know.
everyone that watches Asmongold. I still believe that there are plenty of people who watch him because
Yeah.
they've just been duped into believing
Yeah,
that he has
exactly.
a
Crank
sensible
communism is the
position
only
on
way
these issues.
forward.
And I hope that moments like this are opportunities
see.
for them to kind of snap out of it, to be like, okay, this was a bridge too far. I do find
I have
this to be
confidence
a
in my
really
work.
insane statement, because it is. It's not sensible. It's not sensible to say that the American government should murder children and all of these refugees are animals. They're barbaric. I think the side that demands to murder children is the barbaric side, is the savage side. And I don't think that's a controversial take make at
Arguably.
all. There is no world where the good guy in any movie or in any book, any TV show that says we have to murder children. That's
You
not,
only
that's
see
not what
people
good
say that
guys
in
do.
Israel.
You're calling
It's like,
on the murder of children. It's very Israel coded,
Yeah,
which is unsurprising because Asmongold has found himself also defending Israel quite a bit. You know, the real right-wing populist hero that loved Donald Trump because Donald Trump was a heterodox thinker. Donald Trump was going to be the peace president. These guys love talking about how, like, I'm not dying for Israel. Kamala Harris is going to get us into war with Iran until Donald Trump got us into war with Iran, and now they think the war with Iran is good. These people don't have any clear positions. They don't have any moral convictions. That's a major difference between
hard to
people
imagine a
like
place where
myself
inflicting
and many
suffering
people
on
that
others is
operate in
okay.
this
The only
commentary
way out is through the
sphere. When
portals
Joe
that
Biden,
we
who I
need to
despise, does
reveal.
something wrong, I call it out. When Joe Biden, who I don't like, does something right, I praise him. I praise Joe Biden pulling out of Afghanistan when many in the media yelled at him over it. It was the
Yeah,
right
me too.
thing to do. And
Yeah,
I
me and
criticize
Kyle.
Joe Biden for continuing the genocide of
My man
Palestinians,
Kyle.
for offering Israel the runway, the social and political cover, for offering Israel all of the unlimited weapons and tax dollars and support that it could possibly get from the American government. I praise Biden for appointing Lena Khan, for protecting consumers. Balls and strikes. Balls and strikes. But that's it. Since last night, there were a lot of, do you disavow Hassan Piker? Do you disavow Israel? Or do you love Israel? How much do you love Israel? All this bullshit, as Abdul Al-Sayed, is going on national news and becoming more of a national story since he won his primary. Adam Johnson says, this interview was nothing but will you denounce Hassan Piker, grilling over loyalty for Israel, 5 questions.
Yeah, that
clips
Caitlin
of people
Collins girl.
calling him Hamas.
What's
0
her
questions about
problem?
healthcare, affordability, data centers, etc. Like
Yeah,
with
get
Mamdani,
used
it's
to
just
it.
endless Zionist struggle sessions. Again, at some point, these candidates have to break the fourth wall. El-Sayed's answers were good, but after the third smarmy gotcha about small beans Israel, he has to draw attention to how absurd it is he's being grilled over Iron Dome and not crumbling schools and medical debt. I think it's free money, and Adam is right. At some point, saying like, look, the first
Yeah,
three
how
questions
pathetic
fine,
they are
like, what
asking
we're
about
doing
some
here.
fucking Twitch
Don't you
streamer.
feel like this is doing a disservice to the voters who care about things other than Israel? Why is it that these questions, Bernie does this all the time. He's actually pretty good at it. We'll be like, oh, you asked me about Grand Platina, but never about
You asked me
Medicare
about
for all."
oysters,
So
and I want
think
to talk
that's
about
that's a good
clams
way to
and
be
mussels.
a little bit more antagonistic, not
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 oysters.
so much, but a little bit more antagonistic towards
I don't fuck with
mainstream
oysters.
media, which is
It's
not
perverted.
exactly favored by the masses anyway.
Can you clarify for us what your position is on funding for Israel if you do become a U.S. Senator? Are you opposed to all funding for Israel, period, military funding?
I can't wait to see what Plattner
I'm
does
opposed
next.
to
It's going to be great.
unconditional military aid for any country. That is Israel, yes, but that's also Egypt, where my family immigrated from. That's Pakistan, that's Saudi Arabia, that's UAE. And that's not because of a focus on what's happening anywhere except for a focus on what's happening here. We've got communities in my state where
I
the
was
median
swimming
income is
in the
$14,000, and I believe they have a
Caribbean.
right to their tax dollars. I also believe in international law and upholding international law, and there are Leahy laws against dealing arms to countries
Yeah,
who
you
are
psycho.
engaged in human
Asking
rights
us to
abuses. And
overlook
I don't want
that.
to fund a foreign military that does
It's
genocide,
just so crazy.
apartheid, or is taking
They
us to
act
war.
like
For the record, I'm
yeah,
not as
he's right, but like they act like their genocidal criminal behavior is the norm that we are insane for not supporting, and it's just like so far from the truth. It's like I was saying earlier about the debunker AI. It was like, oh, people mistake, they think these are UAPs, these satellite flares. It's like, no, it's the exact opposite. People report UAPs, and then you fucking debunker scum try to say it's a satellite flare when this does not fit the description. So then the record shows that, like, oh, mistook UAP for satellite flare.
antagonistic to Caitlin Collins asking these sorts of questions because it's actually good. Because these sorts of questions create an incredible opportunity for Abdul Al-Sayed to just like boom, 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 hit those notes. It's just I think 1 or 2 is enough. You know what I mean? You don't have to do it like 8 times.
We don't need to fight. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity.
Like, a lot of people don't realize that journalists, when they ask these sorts of questions, they're not always asking these sorts of questions in a antagonistic manner, or because they're like doing it because they love Israel. Well, some of them
Please
are.
subscribe.
Like, some of them do, and you can tell when someone
Anybody?
is one of those journalists, right? So
Come
just
on.
remember that it's not
Who's your
always a
favorite
gotcha.
streamer?
And doing it like once or twice is.
Chat, I disavowed Hassan Piker. Why you not subscribe? I disavowed him.
Support of Israel in any form, essentially a red card in DSA. As I understand it, in 2024, DSA's National Political Committee withdrew its endorsement of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez
The
over
Iron
her
Dome.
support for a House resolution stating that denying Israel's right to exist is a form of anti-Semitism. And her local chapter stuck with
fuck
it.
her.
And this was an argument that continued on. Where are you on it?
Yeah, so that was like a very complicated and very like inter-DSA bureaucratic question, but convention decided that, yeah, this is a solid red line. No
You should be on
defense
24/7
or
watch,
economic support
yeah.
for Israel.
Does Israel have the right to defend itself, according to DSA? What is the position that DSA is headed toward here? Is it for a two-state solution? Is that
Who's
is
this
it a
asshole?
binational, one-state solution? What in fact is the position of DSA?
Remnick.
Yeah, so our position is a free
your
Palestine with
ass.
the capital in Jerusalem. And so I think that could be safely read as a one-state solution.
So the Camp David Accords that were being negotiated at the beginning of the century under the Clinton administration, had the Palestinians accepted it,
This
that would have
thing
satisfied you.
did. Had the Palestinians
Good
accepted
question. I
it?
need to look at what the actual specifics there were. I don't know them off the top of my head. But so when you say, does Israel have the right to defend itself? Peoples have the right to live in safety. Absolutely. But if that safety means doing genocide to somebody else, then no, that's not defensible.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier recently
My
won a
favorite
primary election
politician.
in New York City, and is almost sure to win the general election. She attended an October 8th pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas rally, which many people saw as a justification of the October 7th attack. And some of her tweets have been extremely ugly on this score and on others.
She won't marry you.
fully
Stop.
support her in all these activities and what she's had
She's
to say?
against
I think
interracial relationships
Daria Lisa can speak for
because of
herself,
you.
certainly, and I think she's apologized for some pieces of that and has been
not for attending that rally.
unapologetic about other pieces of that. And
Do you support her yourself in that?
yeah, I do.
Why?
Because
in other words, you would have gone to that rally had you been able.
That's a good question. I probably would have. Yeah. I don't live in New York City, so I wouldn't have.
One day after the slaughter of 1,200 people and taking of over 200 hostages,
That's
you would have
debatable,
come and
buddy.
rallied behind Hamas.
I think that October 7th was largely inevitable. If you put people in an open air concentration camp and you deprive them of rights, of dignity, of food, of the ability to live in safety, you have to expect that they are going to not take that for that long. And that is not defending any harm of civilians or of non-combatants.
Well, sure
That
it
is. Do you think it is?
You're saying you're supporting it.
I'm saying that I think it was inevitable. I think that you cannot put people in a cage and expect them not to revolt. And I think that that supporting the civilians, the non-combatants, the children who are being killed, that's really the primary thing.
So you live in upstate New York. You just describe.
Good for her. she's been pretty good. She was on with Brianna too. Did pretty good. I saw right before I came on. I saw Brianna had some shit take. She just seems mad. Sad. Oh, my boy, I forgot. A lot. Yeah. Didn't.
This is the CJ Malone Show.
Like, first of all, I highly object to the characterization that guy made of 1,200 dead civilians. We were just talking about this earlier. I think that any civilian casualties were quite marginal and like secondary. I think there was a large-scale Hannibal directive called well documented. I think it was a lie-hop situation at best, in that they kind of intentionally looked the other way and enabled them to, like, you know, put that operation together and gave them a 6-hour head start. And then got there and firebombed their own people. The kibbutzes, they drove tanks into the kibbutzes and fired tank shells at the fucking houses. They didn't care, like, they didn't even check to see who was in there. Like, they were trying to make it no survivors so no one could dispute it. Like, they got mad when they found that one old lady survived. That was the very beginning. Like, I don't think it was October 8th, but it was like, her story came out very quickly because it was that day, right? So like by like the next week or like 2 weeks later, we already had her story. All the fucking cars that were just half destroyed. How the fuck? Look, maybe Hamas killed them before Israel firebombed them, but certainly it seems like that killed most of those people. And I think they fucking, that music festival, I think, was intentionally like fed to them. It was like a porous area to cut through, and they knew they were gonna have some fucking drunk psycho pick up a gun, start shooting, and then it was a firefight. Like, I think that was intentional. They thought it would be like a sympathetic group of victims, so-called victims, and I guess it worked, right? I mean, you and I don't buy it, but, you know, like our parents and stuff do, you know? DJ's not buying it. Yeah, Simons and the hostages, the other thing, too. So that fucking Benny Moore could claim there was hostages were raped, which is not true at all. Like, they couldn't find any victims. All they did, they tried so hard and they couldn't find a single victim. Oh no, yeah, they were all murdered. Sure, dude. Where's the bodies? Right, like, remember they said they were playing hacky sack with boobs? They cut off their boobs and were playing hacky sack with them, made them watch. Like, it's really hard for a reasonable person to get a read on what kind of, like, war crimes happened that day because of how extensive and all, like, you know, untruthful their efforts have been to propagandize around it, you know? Like, they've been so over the top and absurd, which is not generally something you wouldn't do that if you thought you had a good, truthful claims, you know? If you thought you could drum up sympathy with their truth, you know, you wouldn't make up all this absurd.
Your friend CJ, and in this week's episode, we expose the sudden and shocking establishment of Zionist colonies in Muslim countries, which have unsurprisingly caused a violent backlash. But first, please remember to like and subscribe to our show, and don't forget to turn your notifications on so you never miss a single episode. Now let's get into it. When most people think of the Zionist occupation, they think of Palestine and Syria, because this is where you find the permanent and controlling presence of Israeli occupation forces and criminal Jewish settlers.
I don't believe it. Of
With
course,
Israel on the
it's
brink of
absurd.
collapse and facing
No.
the real prospect of civil war. as
You heard
forewarned
what
by
he
the
said
country's
too.
military.
They're not just saying that there was sexual crimes that happened on October 7th. They literally, to this day, are perpetuating the mythology that there was systemic like rape as a weapon. Like they were ordered to go into the kibbutzes and rape people for some reason. Like it's just the fact that they can take that seriously to this day. They will fucking get red in the face and start screaming if you at all question how absurd that narrative is.
Leaders, Israeli Jewish citizens are fleeing the Zionist state in record numbers, leaving the Zionist project in desperate search of new lands to occupy and colonize. And it's doing so in a way that has gone almost completely under the radar. You see, what is happening here is that Zionism has established a new form of soft colonial power, one that operates not with gunboats and treaties, but with visas, capital, and digital infrastructure. In other words, today's Zionist colonizers are armed with laptops, digital nomad visas, and cryptocurrency instead of guns. But make no mistake, the end result remains the same, because we are talking about a mode of jurisdictional trespass that turns sovereign land into a disposable platform and entire nations into historical footnotes. And here we are talking about Muslim-majority nations located far away from the Middle East, including the Southeast Asian country of Malaysia, which recently became the target of the Zionist technological colonial enterprise, or what is known as tech Zionism, a term used by former Coinbase CTO Balaji Srinivasan to describe a reverse diaspora in which online communities come together in physical space to establish new pro-Israel nations. In his book, titled The Network State, Srinivasan outlines a multi-stage process for creating a network state, starting from a single website, moving to building an internal economy, and eventually acquiring physical real estate. The ultimate goal is to reach a population, gross domestic product, and a physical footprint large enough to demand diplomatic recognition from pre-existing sovereign nations. But in reality, his so-called network state resembles historical settler colonial projects because it envisions digitally organized communities purchasing or controlling physical land in foreign countries, which is exactly what Srinivasan attempted to do when he established the network school in the Malaysian city of Johor in 2024, where he offered memberships to Israeli dual nationals starting at $1,500 per month, a fee that granted access to seafront views, mediation spaces, and workshops.
What happens when you invite 300 founders, trainers, and creators to a man-made island near Singapore?
Why stay near Singapore when it's located in Forest City, Malaysia, a country that bans Israelis? But first, why are digital nomads joining?
I am currently on an artificial island inside a futuristic community that is trying to restructure the way our society functions. This is Network School.
Srinivasan describes the network school as crowdfunding territory that will
Why would you
eventually
let
gain
them come to your
diplomatic recognition
country?
from pre-existing states. His blueprint is supported by a consortium of Zionist tech billionaires, including Peter Thiel, whose company Palantir provided technological support to the Israeli military during the Gaza genocide.
People don't know, Project Lavender is an extremely notorious and controversial project that the Israeli military has ongoing. It's basically an AI-powered targeting system. What that means is that Palantir provides the software, reportedly, that allows the Israeli military to use AI to generate gigantic kill lists of Palestinians and to avoid what they call human bottlenecks in targeting. What that means is basically every Palestinian in Gaza has been assigned a number between 1 and 100, and it's based on how
Costa Rica's really nice.
Target to the Israeli military. And your score goes up, for example, if you are in a WhatsApp group with a known Hamas member, or you live in the same building as a Hamas member, or, for example, you work as maybe an ambulance driver who goes to the scene of a lot of bombings and stuff. that will trigger your number to move up. And if it goes beyond a certain number, say 70, you are automatically put onto a kill list. That includes women and children as well. There was some studies that showed that Palantir had a 10% false positive rate on that. Apparently the Israeli military really rely on this Project Lavender, and the human intervention in this is about 20 seconds just to check whether that person is indeed male, and that's all they do. And then they use AI to target these individuals with smart weapons and drone warfare, etc.
Thankfully, none of us escaped the attention of the Malaysian government, which accused the Zionist tech billionaires of excluding Malay nationals, while erasing and threatening local culture, customs and norms by marketing the network school as a quasi-state on Malaysian soil, constituting a new form of neo-colonial dispossession and apartheid, which is why the Malaysian Prime Minister has vowed to deport every Israeli national involved.
Hell yeah.
The Johor government
Thank
has
you.
called for a federal probe into the network school in Forest City, following claims that Israeli nationals have participated in its programs using second country passports. Menteri Besar On Hafiz Ghazi said the state will not allow Johor to be used for activities that go against the law or the interests of the state and country.
Israel's ally, the United States, responded by summoning the Malaysian ambassador and falsely accusing the Malaysian government of hosting Hamas fighters and providing them with paragliding training. A laughable accusation,
Hell yeah.
given Hamas clearly had little difficulty in flying custom-made
What's up, Mel?
paragliders on October 7. But this ridiculous accusation proves the Zionist tech colonial enterprise enjoys tacit support from the US government, prompting one commentator to rightly accuse the United States of deploying atrocity propaganda against Malaysia, in weaponizing trauma imagery to delegitimize a sovereign state's pro-Palestine stance and reframe a question of digital colonialism into a securitized anti-terror narrative. But Malaysia stood up to this pressure by vowing to dismantle this would-be Zionist colony, leaving the network state deterred but not defeated, as it seeks out new countries to infiltrate and exploit. Next stop, the Muslim-majority country of Kazakhstan, where the network school promises to serve as a hub for global technology talent, offering faster visa processing, relocation support, and talent recruitment.
Network School will establish a new campus in Kazakhstan a day after
Wow,
it
so
was
it's just
ordered
like an
to cease
Israeli op?
operations at Forest
Interesting.
City in Johor. Its founder, Balaji Srinivasan, announced on X that the school had signed a Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) with Kazakhstan to develop a hub for global technology talent, offering visa support, relocation assistance, and recruitment opportunities. The MOU, signed with Kazakhstan's Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry, will see the campus provide AI education, research opportunities, startup support, and international programs.
Poor or cash-strapped Muslim countries like Kazakhstan and others are vulnerable to the lure of rich and powerful corporations promising investment and expertise. But these deals never end well for the host nation, especially when the company becomes overly independent or begins to involve itself in the wider political domain. This is how failed and failing states become subservient to the commands and dictates of Zionist tech corporations or the state of Israel itself. I mean, even the United States is not immune to its corrupting and coercive influence, as ordinary Americans are harassed in their homes by police for posting criticism of Israel online.
Try that again.
I'm here because of the comments you made online about the Jewish community.
This looks fake.
No, I'm saying, are you?
I have a freedom of speech, dude.
Yeah, no, we get that.
I get that.
So we gotta make sure that you're not.
Do you have a warrant?
No, that's why we're.
Yeah, you see that sign? So it says no soliciting. What you're doing is basically soliciting. You understand that, right? Yeah. It means you're not welcomed here. Okay. Bye. Stay off the lawn, please.
Tech Zionism.
Yeah, Singapore might welcome them. Yeah, no, they don't want to go where they want it. They want to go where they're not want it.
Given it promotes the use of digital currencies within these new entities, therefore allowing these quasi-states to avoid taxes and operate independently of national central banks.
Why does this idea of the network state appeal to powerful people, tech leaders in Silicon Valley?
and subscribe. I need to go to weed college. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have a job. I need to make this work. This is the only thing I'm good at. No, I'm just kidding. Good at a lot of things. I already fucking reading this other guy as he looks sad. It'll be fun. You can go over there in a minute. This guy looks sad, so we'll just be like, hey, what's up? Don't be sad. There's goodness yet.
Shit. Not music, just ocean sounds. Just looking past people. He's like when I'm on the subway, I'm seeing